And make sure you come and visit us again if you don't get into the water yourselves. It's been an absolute pleasure keeping you company. And we can't wait to have you join us again. Until next time, take very good care from Trish and myself. Goodbye for today.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome to a very sunny and windy Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands. I'm sitting with a beautiful female Kudu and she's having a nice feed in a bit of shade this afternoon. My name is Tessa. I'm going to be your guide on safari this afternoon. Behind the camera we have Paul, and we are really excited to have a spring equinox here in the southern hemisphere and just being out and about in the bush, enjoying everything that is happening around us. So at the moment this Kudu cow is just feeding. There was actually a giraffe as well that's been harassing her and chasing her around a little bit. But I'm definitely going to spend some time watching her reaching high up for those leaves. We'd love to hear from you this afternoon, so if you have any questions or comments, please let us know. You can find us on #WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on YouTube, or if you're under the age of 18, you can pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. You can also register on the WildEarth website. Head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. We're looking forward to hearing from you and answering your questions, and can't wait to hear what you have to think. She is trying so hard to reach up. She's actually done a very good job. She's kind of just bending the branches down. You can see she is still a little bit nervous in the wind. Watch her ears moving. She is absolutely beautiful. I'm not sure why she's on her own though. It's not normal, or not common anyway, for kudus to be on their own. She should be with a herd, even if it's just females. So I'm not quite sure how she got separated from them, but she doesn't seem to be too bothered by it. She is carrying on with her feeding. The only thing that really seemed to annoy her was the giraffe that was kind of chasing her around a little bit. She doesn't look like a very old female. She's not very big. And she doesn't have any scarring, so she does still look in pristine condition. But while we sit here with her in our heat, let's have a look at what the weather is doing in the rest of our locations.
It is sunny, and that's very good that it's sunny. It's just still windy, which isn't so good. Hopefully that will go away at some point. My name's Tristan on camera. I've got Morgan. It's a solid thumbs up, that, Morgan.
What?
Yeah, definitely ate your oaties this morning, didn't you? Anyway, we're just getting started for the afternoon. I had some francolins and squirrel alarm calling in the drainage line here, so I just had a little... I think it could be the Wahlberg's eagles. They fly up and down here, they nest. In the dam wall could easily be something lurking there.
Alright, so I have actually managed to catch up with the giraffe that was chasing the kudu around a little bit earlier. He is quite an old male and very, very dark markings on his body, so he's definitely one of the most beautiful giraffes I've seen in a while. And something has caught his attention. That's why he's standing so still. But have a look at those markings on his neck. It's amazing how dark his spots are. Even for a male, his spots are almost black. Alright, so I don't know what it is that has caught his attention. It is very windy. And so that's why he had paused and was looking around and listening for any sounds. But he's relaxed and gone back to feeding. So contrary to the kudu cow, it's actually fairly normal for him to be on his own. He doesn't need to stick to any social norms in that sense, as giraffes can be on their own, in groups. They can be in groups and then separate. There's no set structure. You might find some females and youngsters together, but it doesn't have to be that way. So he takes quite a long time to chew compared to a lot of the other herbivores. Giraffes are one of the animals that need to regurgitate their food and chew the cud. And so even when he is first eating, he'll make sure he is chewed properly before he swallows. And then he'll bring it back up a little bit later. I wonder what's catching his attention. He keeps looking over in the same direction. I can't see anything, but he is a lot taller than I am. Alright, so I'm definitely going to spend a little bit more time with him, also try and figure out what has been catching his attention. But while I do that, I'm going to send you over to Marcus to say good afternoon.
So we are driving on the central parts of the reserve, where this morning we have left that older lioness of the Birmingham Pride. A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to all our viewers. I'm Marcus Koza, and of course joining me this afternoon on camera I've got Gert. So yeah, we are in this area here where this morning the older lioness of the Birmingham Pride, we found her trying to hunt some zebras, of which she wasn't successful. And then we saw her walking towards this thicket that I am right now, because it is a little bit sunny. We'll just be looking, under the trees, because she might have come and wanted to rest on some shade. And mostly this is the lioness that we'll find with those sub-adults of the Birmingham Pride. But this morning it was just a hare and hare only. And it's quite interesting how, as they age and grow older, these lionesses are not as quick as they used to be while they were on the prime, and also a little bit undecisive, if you ask me, because some of those zebras, I think it was 3 or so that we counted that moved actually close to where she was setting her trap. But because she had her eyes on the foal, which was at a bit of a distance, it looks like she just let those zebras just walk scot-free. And then, of course, she tried for that foal, but it was at a bit of a distance. And knowing that she is that old, that was actually a long shot. And also the plan for this afternoon will be to catch up again with the rest of the Birmingham Pride that was seen this morning, finishing remains of a Wildebeest carcass. Yeah, so I think we'll leave this area because I'm not able to relocate on that older lioness and make our way towards where the rest of the pride was this morning. Yeah, so we are headed towards the central parts now, more central west. Hoping to catch up with that Birmingham Pride. Like this morning it was very, very windy. Even at this time, you see there is that breeze, but because the sun is out, it's not as bad, not too hot at all. And not as windy as it was this morning. And of course, with all that, we know that when it's windy, this weather favors more these predators than it does to the prey, because the predators can use wind and hunt downwind where these prey species won't be able to smell them. That being said, it's not as easy as I might make it sound, hunting when it's windy, because what wind does in turn to these prey species, they're always on edge as well, so they tend to be more active than usual, how they would act when there was no wind, meaning that at any time they might be able to pick up a predator that is approaching, And of course, with this pride, much as we know now, it's like 22 lions altogether. The ones that were seen finishing that Wildebeest carcass, it was 14 animals, which still it's quite a lot of lions. So even something like a Wildebeest can't really go far with lions that are like 14 or so. So they are bound to, try hunting again this afternoon if they haven't done that already. So I guess we'll find out when we get to that area what might have happened on all our absence.
Welcome back. I have left the giraffe. He actually moved off towards the drainage line. and the kudu disappeared as well. And I couldn't see anything that looked like it had been alarming him, so maybe he just saw some movement of other animals, impalas or something like that, across the valley, and he was just analysing what was happening. So I'm actually taking a little Bumble towards Treehouse Dam because it is so hot this afternoon. I'm wondering if nothing has come down towards the dam, so it's definitely worth a try. And I'm actually quite excited to see if there has been anything around, if there are any fresh tracks anywhere. There were no fresh tracks this morning of any of the cats. But what I am actually hoping for is that with it being so hot, there might be some elephants or buffaloes around that are wanting to quench their thirst in the heat of the day. Luckily, there is still quite a cold breeze, so that's a little bit of a built-in air conditioner this afternoon. It's definitely still very, very hot in the shade and the sun. Still be a little bit early for some of the animals to be moving around, but a waterhole is always attractive on a hot day. So I'm hoping there's going to be something here. I know the resident hippo will probably be here. It's definitely too hot for a hippo to be moving around out of the water. Tracks of some impalas. All right. Let's just spend a little bit of time here and have a look. Always worth spending a few extra minutes at a waterhole at any point, but especially on a hot day. You never know what you'll find. I think the hippo might be underwater. Alright, so while I spend a few minutes here just listening out and watching, let's have a look at the upcoming penguin show that's coming soon to WildEarth.
Well, it'd be nice to see the little penguins. Hopefully there's going to be lots and lots of entertainment with them. And something that's a similar life in that it's semi-aquatic is a hippo, which we have this afternoon at Buffelshoek Dam. I know I'm slowly going towards Torchwood, but it's still early and I don't want to go in front of their camp in case people are there. I don't know if they are still there, but in case they are, I don't really want to disturb them, so I'll wait until it's a more acceptable time before I head into that area. So I just thought we'd bumble up this side just to see what's happening. Generally, Buffelshoek Dam is fairly disappointing in terms of finding animals. I can't remember the last time I actually had any sort of sighting worth anything here. Every now and then you get the odd swimming ellie, but for some reason, and I don't know why, the cats particularly just don't enjoy this dam. Really, I don't understand what the reason is for it, but they don't, and so very seldom find anything here other than hippos, which are good. There's also often nice birds around, so that's why I like to come and have a look, anything and everything. And it's such a pity because the dam wall at Buffelshoek Dam is like the perfect place for cats to sit in the afternoons. Not because it's nice and shady for them until very late, but from a camera / photographic / filming point of view, it's really, really nice because the wall has like a step down, so you can park down, you can be eye level with them. It's really cool to see them like that. So I've always wanted the pride of lions to lie on the wall, or Hasani used to lie here, but other than that, nobody else. Jackson, does the change in season affect behavior in animals? Yes, 100%. It affects when their activity is during the day. So you're going to find things like, let's say a male lion, let's take him for example. In the heat of summer, when it's 45 degrees Celsius out here, there's no ways that a male with a big, thick, heavy mane can be walking around for long periods during the day. It's just too hot. It's not comfortable for him. He's going to overheat, so he needs to shade in order to survive. So what you'll find is that he seeks shade, and his activity is more during the nighttime or cooler hours in the sunrise and sunset. Whereas in winter, we often get days that are like 20, so half the temperature. And that means that he can walk around a lot more during the day. So lions then become a lot more active during the sunlight hours, and you see them moving around even middle of the day, looking for opportunities to hunt or going to water or whatever it is that they're doing. So that's in the kind of lion world. In terms of antelopes and animals that eat vegetation, summer provides a banquet for them. They can go and eat pretty much anything. It's like a buffet. There's lots around. They don't have to travel long distances in order to find food. They're also not having to travel long distances to find water. All the natural little pans have got water in them. The riverbeds often have water that the elephants can dig out. So that'll all dictate how far they move and where they move and how everything works. So I find with changes in season comes certain little behavioral changes. You'll find some animals will breed according to the season. There's lots of different things across the spectrum that changes their behavior and allows them to do different things at different times of the year. And it's important because otherwise you end up with overutilization of certain areas, or you'll end up with too many animals in one area if there's only going to be food there at one time, or if there's only going to be water there at one time. So when you have seasonal changes and more water or more food, it spreads everything. It just gives some areas a little bit of a break. Also find for hippos it becomes nice. They don't have to be congregated in small water points. A lot more water around for them in the summer months that they can move. Particularly young males can find themselves places to hide away from the big guys and not have to compete as much. It's still crazy to think that this dam was completely dry in 2018. We didn't have any water in it at all. Up until about November, December in 2019, and then it filled up again, so pretty crazy. Riley, do hippos feed every day? Yes, 100%. A hippo is a big animal. It's got a very poor digestive system. Well, not very poor comparative to some others, but not great digestive tract, which means they require fairly decent quantities of food a day. So every single night you're going to find hippos are out and feeding, and what they do is they wait for the sun to go down because their skin lacks fur, which means they get sunburnt and dehydrated, so they can't feed during the day. Even though they're probably quite hungry, they have to just wait, and as soon as then the sun goes down, you're going to find they're going to go out and they're going to go on these long walks where they just chomp away and eat all the things that they need to do, and then slowly back towards the water before the sun comes up. Any animal that lacks fur, including us as humans, is quite sort of, what's the word now? I've forgotten the word, Morgan. I don't know why I keep forgetting words at the moment. Is at risk by being out in the sun. There's lots that can go wrong if you don't have fur. Like I say, skin burn and obviously dehydration are the two big ones. So yeah, they do eat every day. It's just at night. So should we say they eat every night then? Maybe that's what we should say. Alright, well, these hippos I'm sure are happy that there's a bit of sunshine, not so cold today. Heat the water up a little bit. But we'll probably just sit here for a little while longer, see if anything else comes down bird-wise. Hopefully we'll get something cool milling about on the edge of the water.
As WildEarth has shown, a guide is critical to your enjoyment when on safari. Safari Guide of the Year is an annual event which creates awareness for these men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. WildEarth fully supports this initiative that gives more credit to a profession that drives our economy and flies South African flags higher than most. In the lead up to our live award ceremony, where the Safari Guide of the Year 2021 will be crowned, we are inviting all our viewers to join us for a special fireside chat. Open to everyone, this unique event invites some of the top guides in the country to Djuma on the 26th of September, straight after the Sunset Safari.
Civilized to just found some black rhino tracks, a mother with a calf. The calf tracks are so small. They're somewhere here in this area, but it's too dense to walk this way. So we're going to walk around where it's not so dense. Let's hope we get lucky.
And sometimes you often drag their feet forward and deposit the scent mark, which is that what they use to patrol their territory.
We managed to get a glimpse of the black rhino, but for safety reasons, of course, we held back and we walked a different way, but it was such a fantastic experience. We didn't just focus on the big things, because it's not all about the big things. We focused on army ants and lots of dung. Civilized did an incredible job, but it's up to the judges now.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
So I'm sitting at Treehouse Dam and I noticed something shiny out the corner of my eye, and there is a beautiful little Blacksmith lapwing that seems to be sitting on a nest. You can see it just in the middle of the frame there, just the top of its head and a bit of its back. And it has not moved from this spot in the entire time that I've been here. It almost looks like the little patch where it's nesting is a little patch that was disturbed by animals at some point. So where there might have been hoof prints or little digging marks or anything like that on the edge of the water. And that's very typical for a Blacksmith lapwing. Very resourceful. They make a little hollow out of an existing hole made by animals. They kind of just shape it using the chest or the breast of the body. I have not seen the partner at all, and that is quite unusual because Blacksmith lapwings are strictly monogamous. They have a partner and they usually stay together, and this will be one of the two. The other one is probably out feeding at the moment and will come back to take over sitting on the nest while this one goes out and feeds. It's actually amazing. In this heat, you would think that they would have short changeovers of shift when each one is going to sit on the nest. But it can take up to an hour and 20 minutes for them to change over. And you can imagine this lapwing wants to make sure it moves as little as possible in that time so that it's not attracting attention. If it was not for the white on its head, I don't think I would have noticed it. It's just reflecting because the sun is still so high, it looked like silver in the light. it's definitely something that I really appreciate, especially with birds that are found around water, is when they have little chicks. So anywhere, 23 plus days after starting to sit on the eggs, when they have little chicks, the little chicks actually follow them around along the edge of the water. And they are very cute. They have these very long, oversized legs and a tiny little fluffy body, and they're actually not black and white like the adult. They're like a mottled, almost tortoiseshell browny color. And I'd absolutely love to see some of those before I go. And you can just imagine they look very clumsy with extra long legs. Gabriel, yes, Blacksmith lapwings will have quite a lot of predators. They've got an amazing way of avoiding predation, where they would do like a distraction display. So they're either very, very aggressive, where they constantly dive bombing and harassing predators that might be around the nest. The other one is, distracting by moving away from the nest or moving away from their partner to have the predator follow them, and then they fly off. But their predators would be anything from, in the water, things like crocodiles, to out of the water, any of the larger raptors would take smaller birds, things like jackals, caracals, servals, African wildcats, right the way up to leopards, and I'm sure a lion as well, if it had the chance, would have a bite of a blacksmith lapwing. So you can imagine they do have quite a realm of predators, because the blacksmith lapwing is actually quite small. So anything larger than it can prey on it. They are particularly good at surviving, though. They have such good survival strategies in that sense. They can be incredibly intimidating when they do feel threatened and they start mobbing or violently kind of chasing after anything that comes close to them or their nest. But in total size, a lapwing is only about 31 centimeters tall. So it is a very good size for a prey species. What is lucky for them is they're mostly found around dams, so anywhere where there's short grasses, mud flats, dams, anything water related, which means that they already do have one other survival tactic that is amazing, and that would just be to fly up onto the other side of the water or somewhere where the predator can't get to them fast. So that is one advantage that birds have. Of course, if it is something like a raptor, like a batelier or something like that that is hunting it, it might be a different story, because they can also fly. So some birds would nest on the ground as opposed to in the trees, Chloe, because of their lifestyle. So for a bird like this that's a lapwing, it spends most of its time on the floor, and so it wouldn't make sense for it to have a nest high up in a tree when it can camouflage its eggs on the floor. It's a very small nest, very well hidden. So even though it looks like it's out in the open, you can imagine the eggs are actually speckled. They're not white eggs. They're like a yellowish brown color with speckles. So they look like the sand and stones. And so for them, it's actually safer to have the nest on the ground camouflaged, when they can then distract a predator by moving away from it, than to have the effort of building a new nest in the tree. So this nest, for example, will take a lot less energy to make than a very intricate stick or grass nest that you would have to make if you were, for example, a weaver, which has a very, very unique looking nest. This nest isn't lined with massive amounts of sticks and things like that to make it soft. It's a nice little hollow in the ground. It's got some very simple vegetation and maybe some stones in it just to line the nest a little bit. But it's a lot more energy efficient to have it here on the floor. A lot of the birds that we do know obviously do nest in the trees, and that would be because they spend most of their time up there. That's their normal habitat, it's their normal way of life. And for them it's safer because maybe they aren't as good at defense. Right, so it is getting quite warm here. I think I'm going to leave the dam. Nothing else has come down. I'm going to leave this lapwing to sit on its nest and see what else I can find. But why don't we go over to Mike to say good afternoon.
It is a beautiful, sunny, a little windy, but very warm afternoon. It is gorgeous. And we've just seen a herd of elephants coming down to the dam. They're on the other side of the dam wall right now. Hi, everyone. My name is Mike Anderson. Behind the camera is BK. And this is Eco Training's Pridelands Conservancy, where you're joining us on a beautiful spring equinox. And thank you for joining us. BK, you're looking fabulous over there. So we are just waiting quietly, calmly for the elephants who are just behind the dam wall over there to come streaming over to come and have a drink. The wind is a bit swirling though, so we'll have to be very cautious. And if it seems like they're not coming down because they're catching our scent, we might have to reposition. But if all goes well, they'll come down over that dam wall in the next few minutes. But you know what, when you're an elephant, why rush? You can take your time. There's no reason to move quickly. You can literally take all the time in the world. You are the largest and most powerful of all the animals. They always say that a lion is the king of beasts, but I disagree. The elephant is much more majestic. Here they come, here they come, here they come. How's that for timing? So you can see the one elephant has just reached the top. There's a second one coming now. And I'm sure the rest of the group will follow behind shortly. I think they're all coming up now. And these look like elephant bulls, all of them. Not a herd with females and youngsters, but a group of elephant bulls. Oh, this one here is good. Beautiful set of tusks, nice and shapely, long and smooth. Thanks, everyone. We're glad that you like our outfits. We are having the best day ever. I mean, you only celebrate spring once a year, right? So why not? Oh, look at this. These elephants are coming down to sate their thirst on what is the first hot day we've had in a short while. And if we're very lucky, they might even go into the water and have a bit of a mud bath. So if those elephants start to come closer towards us, we'll have to reposition ourselves behind on some of these large rocks that we were standing on the other day. But for now, look at them. Each time they stick their trunks in the water, they are putting about 10 liters or up to 10 liters of water into their mouth. Just going to crouch down slowly so I'm a little bit more behind some vegetation. I don't want to disturb them. That is so beautiful. Well, I don't think these elephant bulls are going anywhere in a hurry. I think they're going to enjoy the water for a little bit of time. So in the meantime, we'll send you over to Marcus and Ngala.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everyone. Oh, sorry about that. So if you look on your screens there, see some vultures, of which most, of course, are white-backed vulture. They're the most common vulture species that we get here in our area. And there is that one hooded vulture that you just saw. So as you can see, the rib cage and also the skull of that Wildebeest, I mentioned earlier that the Birmingham Pride had taken down. And like expected, I did also mention that it was a lot of animals fought in lions even something as substantial as that wildebeest, couldn't have gotten that far. More so that the two dominant males of this pride also reported to have been in this sighting, meaning, of course, they would have had, the lion's share of that spoils. And yeah, as you can see, those lions are done. So whatever is left there, those little scraps that the vultures seems to be very well coming off, as you can see on your screen. And of course, for the ribs that are left, chances are maybe hyenas might later make their way in this area here, in which case they will finish. And that being said, those lions are actually not that far away from this area. As you can see, after finishing that carcass, they will have went to that shade that you see. You will see like most of them that are lying down flat. However, as you can see, that male's got his head up. Let's see how long that lasts. Of course, going to the right of that, there are some of those lions. And like from the update this morning, the two white lions also were in this area. Meaning, oh, there's the cub. So I think let's try get close to these lions. See if it's still the same makeup as this morning or something might have changed, Because we know with this pride, there are those males that are coming off an age. The ones that these roast males want to chase out of the pride. And some of them were also on this carcass here. So those ones, there is a chance they might be bullied away, or they might still be in this area here. I do have a view of at least one white lion. Oh, both of them, actually. It's one of the two dominant males right in front of us, and the other one in that boar thicket where you see a whole lot of them lying. On the other side of that, it's where the other male is. As you can see, they're just lying down, resting for the day. Of course, they don't really need to be moving as much. They have eaten, so all is well there. And now that there is a bit of sun, they just decided to move into the shade and then take it a little bit easy until maybe after dark. That's when they might try again to do a bit of hunting. Because of course, well,
I'm sure those lions will eventually get up and get going. They're quite so big now. They've got lots of work to do to find what they need. Unlike Marcus, we've had no luck. Hey, Morgan. Brief visual of an impala. We did, actually. We thought we'd do a lovely little segment on impalas, set it all up. I was putting on my sun cream because it's hot, and poof, they were gone. I blame Morgan, everybody. Morgan must have chased them. You blame Morgan too? The first sign of going crazy is when you talk about yourself in the third person. Been happening for a long time. That explains a lot, Morgan. But you know what? All the best people are mad anyway, so don't worry. We're all varying degrees of crazy, so you did learn from the best, Well done. Pity James isn't here to defend himself.
Sorry about you, man.
I know you were talking about me. I was trying to deflect, Morgan. Anyway, we're just checking in a random spot where sometimes Kalamba likes to hang around. I haven't seen her tracks this side. The last tracks I've had of her, I think, were the ones I found yesterday going into Torchwood. But I just want to check around this area because if she comes back, she often comes back this way. So we're just checking Mamba and Mamba Loop just to see if there is any sign of her. I think we'll find her, Morgan. You can say no.
I don't.
You don't? 50-50. That's Kalamba any day. It's 50-50 chance. So, you know, I feel like that's pretty norm. Alright, well, we're going to slowly just scour along this drainage line and see if we can't pick up anything for her or, well, anybody actually. I'm surprised we haven't even picked up any tracks for Ellie's yet. We'll just check down towards the Milwaukee side and then bend over to Torchwood where we'll start to concentrate on little Marips.
As you can see, the elephants have basically finished their drinking now. Last couple of sips being had. And they're thinking about it. I really think they're thinking about going into the water for a bit of a swim. Look at this one closest to us. He's sort of stepped in. Still having a bit of sips, but he's dabbling his feet in there. Come on, it's springtime. Go and have a dip. Live your life. Don't let the others dissuade you from living your best life. And a few of them flapping their ears, just gently. The wind is blowing quite strongly, but the sun is hot. Standing in the sun, you're starting to feel that spring, summer heat hitting us. The sun is high above head. And from here, these elephants will probably go straight back into the drainage line behind the dam wall to continue feeding on whatever green vegetation they can find. Remember, elephants like this are all young bulls growing fast. They need to sustain their huge bodies, so they're going to need, up to 300 kilograms. I mean, it obviously, that depends on how big the elephant is, but, at least a few hundred kilograms of food every single day to keep them going. And right now that food is of poor quality, so even though they're eating lots of it, they might be eating hundreds of kilograms of it, it doesn't have the nutrients that they normally need, so they are slowly losing condition. But, they're still looking great, they still have plenty of energy, and there's still plenty of dried grass, and, many of the trees they don't find as tasty to feed on. And the rains will come soon. The next couple of months there'll be lots of rain, and everything will be deliciously green, emerald green. And we were just discussing how old these elephants are, and I thought none of them are particularly huge. I don't think any of these elephants are past their early 30s. In fact, I think the closest one to us can't be much past its early 20s, I'd say. It's a very slight elephant bull. But even at that young, look how lazy he is. He's wrapping his trunk on his tusk because he's too lazy to hold it up. Maybe he spent a long day in the wind and the heat, and he's just looking forward to a little rest. Actually, looks like he's dozing right there. Oh, there's been some sort of communication. He just cocked his head to the side very quickly. Maybe that elephant at the back, the largest one. That one probably is a little bit over 30. He's got lovely tusks starting to widen up as well. He's probably the leader of this little group of elephants. Just moving off the one in the front there with the big, nice tusks. He's probably going to go and have a bit of a mud wallow now. Seems to be heading towards that muddy section. Oh, having a bit of a think there. Just waving his foot. Just thinking, should I go for mud or not? Yeah, you should. Look how he sinks into that mud. And then he's using his trunk to try and reach down and grab some of it so he can throw it on. Remember, it's not comfortable. If he walks into the thick mud, he could slip and fall, and then it's very difficult for him to get up. Yeah, the elephants push in right behind there. Beautiful. Keep moving. Come on, get in there. Don't be shy. What do they say? You should dance like no one's watching. So you should mud bath like no one's watching. Looking out for another elephant. Gosh, what's his name now? Dexter. There's an elephant that the researchers are asking us to look out for because they want to recolor it. I forget the name. It starts with a D though. But that elephant has 2 notches in the edge of its ear, and I'm seeing one elephant here that has 2 notches. The middle elephant, his ear has 2 notches on it. So I wonder if that's not him. I'll have to check the identity kit. Because if it is him, they would be very happy to know where he is. Well, they just started their mud bath, so they'll be here in a little bit longer. So we'll send you over in the meantime to Tessa, and if anything interesting happens here, anything exciting, any changes, we'll let you know.
So I am driving through the riverbed, and I've actually been looking for some owls for the last few days, and luckily I have got a spotted eagle owl that is just sitting in the tree and having a look out from its shady position. Looks like just the tip of its ear tufts are in the sun. So this is definitely one of the more beautiful owl species and one of the bigger ones that we get here. And I'm actually much more used to seeing a Verreaux's eagle owl, which is the largest eagle owl in South Africa. But I'm very, very happy to be able to show you the spotted eagle owl. And this might not look that big up on the tree, but it is a massive bird. It's almost 1/2 meter high at 45 centimeters tall. So I'd be very interested to see what this owl does for the rest of the afternoon, because in the position that it's in, it's actually going to be in the full sun very soon. I wasn't expecting it to be so high up. It actually normally hangs around closer to the bank of the riverbeds, in the lower sections of the foliage. How absolutely beautiful is it? Turning its head as it's watching movement, listening out. You can tell the breeze is strong only because the ear tufts are blowing backwards. The rest of the owl is dead still. And it just shows you how good this owl's balance is. So it's definitely looking for food at the moment. It is actually watching us, looking down, but you can imagine there'll be a lot of small things, lizards, small rodents that would be moving across this drainage line now, because this is actually the coolest spot to be in. There's a slight breeze blowing through, and so a lot of animals, especially the smaller ones, might be coming down to this area, and so it's a great spot for it to be perched and looking down into the riverbed, hoping for some food. I'm not sure if this particular one has a partner. I haven't seen another one with it or in any of the surrounding trees, but maybe it might just be slightly further up the drainage line. So in contrast to some of the smaller owl species like the pearl-spotted owlet or African scops owl, it isn't that unusual to see an eagle owl during the day. That's partially because they're so big, so they do stand out. You can see how well it stands out against the branches. But also because they might be more inclined to be active during the day. Because they are a bigger predatory bird, they can afford to do that. where some of the smaller owls and owlet species can't. Those would also be much more difficult to spot because they would take that owl up to its knees. Alright, so I'm going to actually look for the partner of this eagle owl, see if I can find it. But in the meantime, why don't we go over to Mike, whose elephants are having some fun in the mud.
So as you can see, the elephants have started to get all up in the mud there, having a good old play. They were lying down in the mud as well, having a good old wallow. Just like I said, wallow like you think no one's watching. Tough luck, fellas. We've got lots of people watching you right now, and they're loving it. There's apparently a second group of elephant bulls that's also not far from the dam, which I'm sure by now I've been hearing all this commotion. Remember, elephants use infrasonic communication, so right now there's probably a whole bunch of rumblings happening that we can't even hear that will be attracting this other group of elephant bulls. Like, I don't know, what's attracted to honey? Oh, look at that one, look at that. Like elephant bulls attracted to mud, I guess. Look what it's doing with its tusks. It's using its tusks to dig up the mud to try and loosen some of that dirt. This is the first time we're seeing this in a while, because it's just been so cold, far too cold for them to need to mud bathe like this. So this is just amazing. And so close together like this. I mean, it's probably because of the wind that they're so close together like that. There's no reason for them to be so bundled up for safety reasons. Although saying that, there were tracks of 2 male lions in our eco-training camp just next to this dam. So it's possible that those 2 male lions are sleeping somewhere close to the dam and their scent is being churned about by this wind. I don't think lions are a real threat to a group of elephant bulls like this, but they'd still be quite defensive if they saw them. These are BK's favorite animal, so whenever we have them swimming at the dam, I know BK's going to have a big smile on his face. That one at the front there still just digging his trunk in there, using his foot to scrape the mud. Look at that, what he's doing with his foot. What's he doing with his foot, the one that's facing us? It was like digging with its heel. It's really trying to dig up some of that mud. 2 at the back there you can see using their tusks to joust. Oh, that's so interesting. The one whose bum is facing us right now, he's got his legs so far apart. I'm sure he's trying to steady himself. Oh. He looks like he's going to do the splits. Oh, careful. Don't step on that. That'll be uncomfortable. It's also everted his penile sheath, which is often a sign of excitement. And look at the Blacksmith lapwing right there on the mud, right in front of those elephants. It's probably trying to catch any insects that are disturbed. Well, this is pretty exciting, and we're not going to go anywhere, but we'll send you in the meantime to one of the other locations.
We're in the center of the reserve. It's a much more open area, so a completely different experience. It's also in the afternoon, so just a little bit hot, shall we say. We're following some lion tracks, and then we found the scat of a lion cub. So we didn't see the lions, but we decided to leave the area. It was getting a bit too dense and a bit too thick. So we've come all the way down to the water hole to have a little break, and then we're going to keep walking and see what else we can find. And TJ himself actually reminded us at the start of the walk that when you're on the vehicle, it's all about observing. But when you're on a walk, it's all about immersing yourself in nature, being part of the ecosystem. And that's exactly what happened today.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everyone. So we are still here with our resting lions. That just sealed the whole thing. So that was the only one at this moment in time who had a head up. And that same moment, she went down. And of course, after having fed from this morning, this is what these lions typically would be doing. Just resting like that. And of course, recuperate on all this energy they might have used during the night. And waiting for the darkness to fall, that's when they will start these movements again, whether be it to go to one of these water bodies that we've got to drink water, or just, hunting. So I did mention that, with this number of lions, they will pretty soon need to hunt, because of course that wildebeest they fed on won't sustain them for a long time. But now I guess they can afford to rest like that. If there's really not a need of them to be moving, of which in their case would be if more powerful animals, make their way towards the site, whether be it an elephant head, or sometimes even a herd of buffaloes. And of course, buffaloes, if they decide to come this area and they're upwind of these lions, that's when they can even walk towards them. But other than that, if they've got any evidence of these lions' presence here, they'll try to avoid the area altogether. And of course, like I've mentioned earlier, look at that cub getting up. Not sure if you will be able to notice. She's looking that way. Like this cub, she's got these beautiful bluish eyes, pretty much the same as these two white ones, yet is that tawny color. She's the most cute cub one's ever seen. Got a paw. With the males being here, it means that these lionesses, for now at least, they can afford to rest without really having to worry about the well-being of these cubs. Because should the other, males decide to make it here, these males, hopefully they will try to defend their pride. Even though we know the males that are likely to, contest pride takeover will be those two mirror males that we've been seeing for the past couple of days. So those are the ones that we've seen giving these two males a hard time. And of course, this pride have lost a cub as a result to those males. And for those who have been watching at a time, there is also one lioness in this pride that has also had like a bad cut on her neck that she got from one of those males. So, they really mean business. But luckily, these two roast males are looking like they're in good condition. That being mentioned, those two mirror males are massive. Every time there has been that encounter with them, we've seen these males, trying to get away from that encounter, walking away from those other two intruding males. In which case, I suspect now those other two, the mirror males, have sensed the fear from these two, so they'll try and push in as much as possible. I think for now we're gonna spend a bit more time with these animals here, and in the meantime, let's send you over to Bridelands. Let's see what Mike is up to.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, then we are excited to announce that there is another unique prize for you to win. Sign up to be an explorer before the 16th of October 2021, and you and a friend could be heading off to an eco-training ranger experience. This 2-night opportunity offers a living and learning adventure where you will combine seeing incredible nature with gaining knowledge on how animals live in the wild. You will approach dangerous game on foot, learn how to track, do some 4x4 driving, and have an exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team behind the scenes on the live show. After each action-packed day, you will relax around the campfire and listen to the nighttime choir of animal sounds before you drift off to sleep. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
So don't forget to register for the 16th of October, and you could watch elephants just like these coming up close and personal here at the Eco Training Camp. And whilst those ones are leaving, there is a whole nother group that's just about to arrive. Just behind us, over there, you can just see them coming down the dam wall. It's amazing. On a hot day like today, of course the elephants are going to come to the dam. Of course there's going to be loads of activity. That's exactly why we're here. Signaling, sorry, if you saw my hand gestures, there's another whole herd of elephants arriving, and I'm just letting our students know that there's more elephants coming. They're just heading out in an... Oh, fabulous. Very silent as well. It's unbelievable how quietly they can move through the bush.
Oh, and it's incredible to watch ellies move through the bush. These ellies, though, are not being very quiet. I'm afraid they're grumbling and groaning and breaking and destroying and just generally being quite naughty. They even destroyed the chipper fence. They were actually in the lodge when we first got here, and they're slowly but surely now peeling out of the lodge. It's a whole bunch of bulls that are here. There's 3 big guys and then 2 smaller ones, one being very little. There's like a little 15-year-old that's kind of joined in with the other boys, and this is how they learn, is when they're little like this, they start to join up with the older bulls, and they get taught how to behave. It kind of suppresses their testosterone a little bit as well, so they don't become as too cheeky, and it also just helps with learning where to find water, where to find food, the routes to take at different times of the year. It's very important that these younger guys learn from the older ones. I was saying earlier that I was actually kind of hoping that I was going to see some ellies this afternoon. The leopard obviously is always good, but ellies are nice when it's sort of early afternoon. I like spending time with them when it's still hot and there's a lot of sunshine. Invariably the leopards are pretty quiet at this time and just taking it easy, so nice to be with these guys for now. That's one of the little ones, and then one of the bigger guys coming through. The biggest of there's only 4. I thought there were 5. I'm sure I saw another one go up that way. But the biggest of the group that we have here is the one on the far side. He's just dropping off into the Mulawanini now. It's a beautiful big bull that's going that way. You can see they've actually been in the dam as well. They had a little wallow in there. Just love how methodical and how slowly they're moving this afternoon. So nice to watch them. I think what we must maybe do is just go around and try and catch them on the other side where it's a little bit more open. You agree, Morgan?
I do.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay, fine. Be like that then. So demanding these days. Everyone always feels sorry for Morgan, says I give him a hard time, but it's really the other way around, everybody. You guys don't see what goes on off air when he beats me with the sticks and throws things at me and tells me I must park better. None of you guys see that. I'm not repeating what you said, so no one heard you. Anyway, we're going to try to get round to these ellies and see if we can catch up with them in the open.
I definitely agree. Those two give each other a very hard time in the best ways. So I'm actually on a little bumble towards another dam. I'm going towards Vulture Dam just to see if there's anything around there. And I keep getting surprised by the areas that have no wind, and it really doesn't make sense in my mind that, you know, a cutline like this, which is open fairly high up, has absolutely no breeze at all, and then other places like drainage lines sometimes have like a tunnel wind. It's unreal. But it is good because it means that the animals will be moving in response to that weather. I still haven't seen any fresh tracks of predators. In fact, only elephants and a few impala tracks. And I think that's because it is quite hot still. But now that it's getting towards kind of 4 p.m, I think from about 4:30, 5 o'clock, everything's going to start moving. Possibly keep us very busy. Alright, so I have just arrived at the dam. Nothing overly obvious catching my attention, other than some impalas and some birds. So let me see if I can get a close-up view of any of them for you. I think it'll be interesting to see what comes and goes from such a big waterhole during the afternoon.
Welcome back, everybody. So as you can see, our lions aren't really interested in making any movements at all. So they just look like they're quite content now where they are. Oh, look at that. All of them all of a sudden heads up, because there was that one francolin that, started calling on top of the tree. And so, while most of these lions decided to raise their heads to investigate, as you can see, there are most heads up. And of course, it's just a matter of time before they drop them back again. Oh, the male has started. One female is moving, which is quite nice to say, actually. You don't get to see that every day, especially this time of the day, at this sort of weather where they do these movements. I know they're subtle ones, so down she goes. But this is something that, one appreciates when these lions do for them. Because the fact that they are now full doesn't really help our situation as far as movements are concerned, And this white female here, at least she is short. There's thereon. A very good afternoon, Muri, and welcome. I'm glad you could join us for this afternoon. If I got you correctly, you want to know how long will the lions sleep? Like a day? The necessity for them to move. And there are some other factors that will be at play, like weather, as well as, threats if there are any close by. But of course, that being said, they won't be out for the whole 20-odd hours. These subtle movements that you see with these pride here are what one expects to see from resting lions. So occasionally they will, lift their heads up to investigate the area, whether it's still safe or not, or even for potential prey. Sometimes we'll just see them rolling from one side to the next. But yeah, as far as resting is concerned, they spend much of their day resting, as it is quite evident with these ones. So I think for now, these lions aren't going to be doing much movement. So we are going to leave them for now, at least, and try see what else we'll be able to see. And for now, let's send you over to another live safari station.
Well, we're just having the most incredible moment with a massive bull elephant. He's got a mark in his left ear that almost looks like Daryl's. I don't know if it is Daryl. It's the ear rip is all mangled a little bit compared to what Daryl's used to be, but his behavior is very much like Daryl. He's walked straight up towards us and he just started talking to us. It's just these low grumbles right in front of the car. It was super cool. He just stood there for a good minute just watching us at about, I don't even know, 3 meters in front, talking. Pretty special thing to have. You can see that elephant's also in not the greatest condition. He's got his hip bone sticking out, the temples are sinking in a little bit, so it's an older individual. Tell you what, Morgan, let's just reposition a little bit, because he's just slowly ambling across this clearing. We parked quite far away from him. He was down in the riverbed, and then all of a sudden he just decided to walk straight to us. He stopped feeding and just came in a straight line to where we were, and then just, like I say, sat and just talked to us and was grumbling and groaning, and nothing aggressive. Of the head, no sort of waving of the trunk. It was just very relaxed and chilled, which is interesting. And we know Daryl can sometimes be, if it is, can sometimes be that way. I just want to park in the shade here, Morgan, so that your little skin doesn't burn. Oh no, now he's gone behind the jackalberry. Of course. Okay, well, we'll just be patient and wait for him to come out. But we know Daryl used to do that, so he used to come right up to the cars and often just stand over them and just look at them. So maybe it is him. Those of you that have photos of him, maybe you can just use some screenshots just to check. He used to have the perfect bell-shaped cut in his left ear. This one has got a hole in his left ear that's close to it, but it looks like it's just become a little bit more tatty. See if he comes our way or if he's just going to feed there. It's an impressive bull elephant, no matter who it is. Massive, thick tusks. Let's listen to him come closer towards us. Hello, boy. There's nothing quite like this in the world. Sorry. Hello, big boy. Well, this is just now, he just analysed us and he was like, okay, you're welcome to be a part of this and follow me around. Like I say, words can't really express the feeling of one of these guys of that magnitude and size and kind of demeanour coming past you. He's speeding right behind us now. I'm just going to roll forward a bit, Morgan. He's talking again. I don't know if he's talking to the others or if he's trying to talk to us, but if he's trying to talk to us, I don't understand what he's got to say, I'm afraid. Alright, well, we'll keep up with him. He looks like he's coming up onto the clearing here a little bit further. So while we do that, let's send you across to Mike, who's also enjoying some ellies.
We certainly are, and we've got a whole group of bachelors. Tristan's sighting sounds intense and amazing, and this one is not as close, but I would say equally so, because we've got this whole group of elephants that's coming into our camp. They're literally standing right at the edge of the camp where we normally watch animals at the waterhole, and these ones seem to be coming straight because they want to access the drainage line. It's incredible to have these elephants so close, and look how they've stopped like this. They are waiting and listening and smelling before making any decisions as to whether they want to move into the camp or move along the camp at all. I'm certain that they've got some scent of us. The wind is swirling around and doing crazy things. So they're just gathering all the evidence that they can. There's one elephant in the mud still. He's just still enjoying the mud, trying its best to make the most of the situation whilst the bigger, larger elephants have stopped. Oh, one elephant's lying down in the water. Look at that. That's fantastic. Oh. Just moved into the light, and I can see one elephant's head just lifting towards us, looking. still and very, very calm. Now, there is a bit of activity around the camp, so we've based ourselves at Alfred Dam today because it's very windy. It's not particularly safe walking weather if we're going to be going far and wide, especially not with all these elephants that are around this area, and the buffalo herd, and the lions that have been at the waterhole last night. So there's a few people around the camp, preparing the camp for the evening, getting dinner ready, that kind of stuff. And those sounds have become normalized to the elephant. It's not afraid of those sounds. It knows them as long as we don't, antagonize these animals in any way, as long as we don't frustrate them by trying to chase them away, anything like that. We let them do what elephants do. If they want to come through the camp, then we just move out of their way and let them come and go. Remember, this is a waterhole. They've been coming here for years now. And so we can't very well start stamping our authority and saying, no, not this way, not that way. Elephants are absolutely the most powerful animals. We just move out of the way. Remember, everything in the bush is to do with who's more powerful. And they are certainly a lot more powerful than we are. The most patient animals, they've got such intelligence, such emotional intelligence, and they can be so patient. Look at that one elephant bull at the front there. I don't know if you can see them, BK. It's lifting its trunk up and putting it on the back of the other, almost as if to give a gentle nudge to say, okay, we can move, or don't worry, everything's fine. That's why I'm anthropomorphizing here, but I always think that they are just so gentle.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the Wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
We had a very exciting start to our morning this morning. Today, it's our guided sunrise safari with Mike, and we started by looking at the moon through a telescope, which was incredible. It's been a very different drive from all the other ones, very interactive.
Your pigeal gland is something the hippos have in common.
Hi. This morning's drive with Mike was thoroughly enjoyable. He really engaged us, but we also did some birding, and I managed to add a few new birds onto my list. Overall, every single experience with all the competitors has been really incredible, but it's up to the judges now.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with the cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops! Oh!
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Well, we're still with this big bull Elia. I'm not convinced it's Daryl, and like I say, I don't know for sure. I was just checking if maybe you guys could just double check the IDs. it's been so long since I've seen Daryl that that hole in his ear could have changed a little bit. It just looks quite small, this little hole. So I don't know if it is him, but either way, he's a gentle giant and a beautiful one at that. Oh, I love watching these big bulls. Just gonna what I'm gonna do, Morgan. Just hold on. Let's just quickly reposition here because I think he's gonna eat off this jackalberry, and hopefully he's gonna lift his whole head up to do so. Where's that stump? Oh no, there's a stump behind me somewhere. Turn Morgan slightly so my head isn't in the way. And you have some shade too, Morgan. Did you just say nice? A compliment. Everybody, it's gonna snow. Always get compliments. Oh, you saucy devil. Morgan. I have had a few laughs with you the last few weeks. It's always good when Morgan's on the car. It's always good for a laugh. Let's see if he's going to lift his whole head for us. Are you going to scratch yourself there, boy? Look all the dust coming off his forehead as he scratches. All that caked on mud when they go to water points and throw water on themselves and then go and mud wallow and dust bathe. That's all coming off as he scratches. Let's see, come on. Lift your head, boy. There we go, look at this. Isn't this amazing? How amazing is that? You can even see into his mouth and his teeth when he does this. That's epic. Isabella, you say, why do the bulls always tend to be alone? Well, not always. As we saw, there was 4 in this group together. The one's right down at the water. You'll just see him walking in the background there. The other 2 have come up behind us, so they're not always alone. But a lot of the time they spend time on their own. You're going to rub your bum now. They spend time on their own because they just don't want to keep up with herds. And they want to go and do their own thing. Look at this. You can see right up into his mouth. So cool. I wonder if he's trying to break this branch. Isn't this amazing? And he's so close to the vehicle. If Morgan comes out, you'll see he's right. I didn't expect him to go for these branches. I actually thought he was going to go for that branch that's going to the back right of him. But for some reason, these ones that are above where we are is the ones that he actually wants to eat. See how he's holding his ears out a little bit to catch the wind as well. Something about being in the company of a bull like this that is completely humbling. Something that I wish every person out there that is not phobic of elephants, because if you're phobic of elephants, you'd be probably having a mild heart attack right now. But if you are not, I wish you would that you would experience in your life, because the feeling of being in the presence of a bull like this that's got power and huge tusks and body, and the gentleness of him as he walks past you and tries to kind of find the food that he's looking for, the grumbles. Look at this. He's going to lift his head right in front of us again. I think that's a bit high for you, boy. See, now he's turning. You're going to rub your shoulders on that branch. Looks like he's looking for places just to rub himself. So yeah, this is the branch that I thought he was going to go for initially. Are you just going to rest your head there? Look, he's resting his head. His eyes are even closing. Must be nice sometimes when they can just take the weight off and just wedge their tusks onto something and kind of lean against a tree. Can you hear his skin against the trunk of the tree? It's difficult over this wind, but boy. Are you gonna come say hello? Somebody's saying it's so cool how they can balance being so heavy. Well, a lot of their weight is over their front legs, so as long as they keep everything kind of fairly sort of level, they actually balance quite well. But did you hear him grumbling as he walked past? Like I say, he keeps talking to us every time he comes past. When he walks like that, he just has a little word and says what he needs to say, and then off he goes. I think what I'm going to do is leave him there. I don't want to keep kind of driving in front of him. And we followed him across this whole open clearing now, and he's just given us the most incredible walk-bys. One of the other Ellies is coming up now, the other one that was with him, and then another one's coming from my left, so they're all heading in this direction. So if we just sit patiently, we should be able to get the others. And that's also another nice big bull that's down at the bottom. So I'm pretty sure he'll slowly meander his way up and join with this fella, but none are as big as the one that's just been past us. He's the biggest bodied and biggest tusked of the four, and then you've got the two that are kind of, like I say, medium, and then the very little one. I initially thought there was 5. I don't know why. Maybe the other one just turned and came back and looked like it was going up the road a little bit. But don't break the marula. Is it eating the marula, or is it eating the bush behind the marula? No, I think it's on the buffalo thorn on the back side of the marula. Poor marulas have absolutely been destroyed by elephants in the last year, so don't want to see them eating those. I believe a lot of you are super happy that the Ellies have come out to play this afternoon. I am too. Like I say, they are animals that are nice for the early part of the evening drive, so when it's still quite warm, especially bulls like this, there's just, when you watch them and the way that they feed and interact and just the size of them as they meander towards you. There's another one that's coming from our left straight in our direction, is almost following the path that the one that we kind of followed already took. But when you get to see them like this, it's just so special. I absolutely love elephants. They're intelligent, and they, for me, always have such a calming influence if you sit with them long enough. And sometimes it doesn't even need to be words, like now when we're just sitting with this bull feeding. Sitting quietly is all that it takes. So you're going to be able to reach. I wonder if he'll go on his back legs. They don't normally do it here, but let's see. He's trying. Just too far. In places like mana pools, they go right onto their back legs and stand on them. No, he can just reach. So cool. Alright, well, we'll keep watching these guys and let's see what else they get up to.
As you can see, the last of the elephants are making their way along the drainage line of the eco-training camp. We're not going to follow them any further, because now they disappear into the drainage line, and to see them we'd have to walk through our camp. As much as I'd love to show you all the eco-training students' underwear hanging up and drying on the first sunny day they've had in a while, I don't think any of you want that. So what we're going to do is just slowly relocate ourselves so we can see the dam itself. Now we know there's still some buffalo in the area, and we also know that there's a group of lions in the area, so we are hoping very much that at some point this evening these animals come to the water and stand up. Now all the animals have moved off. fabulous. What a cool experience, eh? On this beautiful spring equinox that we could watch these elephant bulls come so close to us and move around us, completely at ease with our presence. Partly because they recognize the camp area, that there's going to be people around, and also because we always treat them with respect. We give them their space. We don't approach them closely. We let them come to us. And we move out of the way if they are going to come too close, just to make sure that they're comfortable. There's a few impalas coming down to drink now. Just always nice. I mean, when the sun comes out, especially after a couple of days of cold, all the animals start coming out in force. Now, these impalas are very nervous, as you can see, because the wind is howling through here. You can see the ripples on the water surface. And the scent of lions is still in the air. Last night, 2 male lions came through the camp, as well as a group of lionesses and some youngsters. We found their tracks just over in that direction over there. The male lions came through the camp behind where I'm standing. The lionesses walked somewhere just to the right of us, to the south of us, and probably walked along this dam wall and then down into the drainage line. Oh, it's shaping up to be a fantastic afternoon. I wonder what else the afternoon will bring.
Bumble. I've actually reached the northeastern boundary of Djuma, and what I'm hoping for is the Talamati Pride, or at least some of those members. And that's because they were last seen, or a few of them were seen, crossing back over into Buffelshoek, which is now on my left-hand side. So I know that there's a really nice dam that's coming up kind of on my right. I'm going to go in and check there and just see if maybe in the heat of the day they might have come down to drink. I might be able to pick up some tracks. For now, just driving slowly along the cut line, along the boundary here, and checking the fire brakes. In the theme of spring, there is a beautiful lilac-breasted roller sitting in the tree just in front of me. I hope it doesn't fly. Have a look at those colors in this afternoon light. That is unbelievable. So it's actually fluffed itself up, maybe because of the wind. But I don't think I've ever seen colors quite as brilliant on a different lilac-breasted roller. I don't know if it's because of the angle of the feathers now that it's puffed up, but that almost neon green on the top of its head is just catching my eye. So I would definitely say that this roller is perched up there in a perfect position. I've got a fire break on my right. The road is behind this lilac-breasted roller, and it's the perfect area for insects to be flying across. They'll need to get from one side of the road to the other, and that's great open space to fly down and catch one in flight. And over the fire break in particular as well, because that's where a lot of the new life is going to be starting, and so insects will come across. Mohammed, it is absolutely gorgeous, especially when it flew there. You could see a bit of the neon blue of the wings. I think it actually went down onto the edge of the termite mound to try and catch an insect. I don't know if it got it, but it obviously saw movement below it on the termite mound and flew down. Doesn't look like it's eating anything, so I don't think it got anything there. Or it ate it very quickly. but you can definitely tell why this is the most photographed bird in southern Africa. With colors like that, you absolutely cannot resist. And because of the way they perch themselves, you can see it's on the edge of a branch. Unfortunately, it has hidden itself a little bit behind the overhanging branch. But the way that they perch themselves is normally right on the edges of fairly open branches, and so they make for wonderful photography candidates because of that. You often get a stunning background behind it, or just a beautiful clear image. So I have actually seen a lilac-breasted roller that found a massive, it's called a tenebrionid, or a tok-toki in South African language. It's a big beetle that crosses the road, and I've seen a lilac-breasted roller try and take one of those, and it was smashing it against the road, and eventually managed to kill it and eat it, which is incredible. A massive beetle for that bird. But I think I'm going to leave this lilac-breasted roller, carry on towards the dam, and I'll send you over to Tristan, who is still with his elephants.
Well, we've been sitting with our Ellies that have been all around this tree but are now leaving, unfortunately. Sorry, that's my hat again, Morgan. Please don't beat me.
Forgiven this time.
You're forgiven this time. Oh, thank you so much. Like I say, again. I thought it was further than it was. Sorry. Forgive me, Morgan. Do not unleash your wrath upon me. God's using its feet just to break these little branches here. I don't know why in sightings like this I often just don't really feel the need to talk. I feel like elephants can often just talk for themselves. You know, they have this ability to captivate people without having to kind of narrate too much. It's a little tricky today because the wind is blowing so much on camera that you guys won't be hearing a lot of what's going on, but when they're at the proximities that they've been at this afternoon, it's often just so nice to sit quietly and listen to the footsteps and listen to the branches breaking, the leaves being chewed. You know, I think a lot of the time we forget just how potent silence around animals, especially animals making noise, can be in an experience. It's one of the big things about being out here is don't always just use your eyes. Using your ears and your sense of smell is all vitally important in having an experience that you'll never forget. Morgan, I'm going to make your life easier. Hold on. That's not easy to shoot, and this one's into the sun, so don't worry. Also, I think I was right that there was 5. There's one behind me, one here, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5. You see, Morgan? You see? Morgan was doubting me. He was like, you agreed with me. I didn't notice your support when we were live, and I was like, not really sure. I think you were agreeing later on. I don't think it was an initial agreement. It's an agreement now by confirmation. Yeah, exactly. Your Kalamba prediction 50-50. It's actually the perfect time for Mareeps to show up, you know, with elephants. I'm actually surprised he's not riding on top of them at the moment. He has been hanging out a little bit further to the north. Are you going to come say hello? But why? You've been eating there the whole time. Now you want to come be cheeky. And now? Oh boy. Was that a bit close for you, Morgan?
No, it's just that's weird position.
Oh, it's positioned so that you have to contort. Do a bit of gymnastics in the back there. Look at how agile you are. Some would say you're as agile as they come. Some would say. All right, let me reposition poor Morgan because he looks as though I've put him in a knot. Was that close enough for you, Morgan? I don't know why he decided to come towards us like that. Not exactly any food behind us. It's interesting what they're feeding on this afternoon. Mostly jackalberries. Jack, more often than you think. Most ellies will lie down at some point during the day. These big bulls, not always, but if their tusks are quite long and heavy, then what you find is they'll find like a termite mound or a riverbed that's got angled slopes, and they just lie up against that. So it's like not fully down, but kind of lean almost more than anything else. You can have a little nap like that. The little young elephants, they sleep pretty much all day, every day. I want to see if they're going to eat these little baby jackalberries now, because they've been eating mostly jackalberries across this open area, and I don't really understand why. It's not like the jackalberries are fruiting at the moment. So no, he's bypassing these ones, which is interesting. So the young ones are not being attacked. Morgan, why? It's fine. I think you're just doing payback because I had to contort into a little, or you had to contort into a ball, so now I have to do it. This poor acacia's about to get hammered now instead. Alright, I think what we're going to probably do is leave these guys now, and they're starting to go towards thickets, and I'm not going to off-road and crunch trees and do all kinds of things to keep up with them. They've given us such epic views on this clearing that I think it's better just to let them go and let them do their thing. They've all been super relaxed considering the wind, and sometimes it's just good to know when to quit and not disturb them much more than you already have. So I think probably in all likelihood leave them now and then head up. I think I'm going to head up north towards Alfred Dam and see if I can't find mareeps.
My name is Nomfundo Ndlovu, and I'm the Senior Project Manager for the Wesa Schools and Youth Unit. I'm a qualified horticulturalist. I'm particularly passionate about supporting schools towards working through their sustainability journey and towards food sovereignty through our food gardening projects. A typical day in my work involves me overseeing our national projects and creating an enabling environment for schools to thrive and succeed in working towards self-reliance and sustainability, and really ensuring that no school gets left behind.
The scrap here collected a dry grass, put it next to the water hole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw a very nice grass, an area not to resist to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when finished the water, he just lied down. And then, that was the opportunity of the scrappy. You know what? Today is my day to pay the revenge.
Welcome back, everyone. So look at these beautiful creatures that we have in front of you here. So coming around this corner, we've found this zebra harem. which will be the male and his females. So I know it's just two animals that you have on your screen now, but to the left of us, which is quite hard to focus, there are three more. And one, which is in front, the one far left of the two, if you look at her belly hanging like that, like there is a good chance that she's heavily pregnant by the looks of things. So it does look like this harem is about to get bigger and bigger. And of course, of all these animals that we see here, none of them are that small. So there are no foals yet, meaning that chances are this harem hasn't been around for that long. It's a newly starting family. There she is, that one with a hanging belly. It looks like it can be any time now when there will be a new member to the family. And of course with zebras, so the male will be the stallion when it comes of an age where he's thinking of starting his own harem. So he'll go to all different harems, trying to steal fillies that are on hit, which will be the females, of course, that have come of an age as well, of which the father of the females, will protect them against this intruder that wants to steal her daughters. And if that male, manages to mate with that female and impregnate her, and she becomes his first wife, that is how a harem will go about. And then when he do that, also he'll go to all different harems again, doing the same thing until he's got like a big, beautiful family of his, of which also the hierarchy will be established like that. So the first female that male will have abducted, takes priority over everyone else in that harem. And of course they will give birth to these foals, meaning some years down the line, that stallion will be the one now protecting his daughters against some other intruders, which is quite something here. Like they practice the true harem system. And sometimes these stallions from these harems that are already established, they will defend their fillies like that. And I've seen one male that, tried to go to a harem stealing a filly, and it didn't really work that well for him because he was badly beaten by that harem stallion. He was kicked on the nostrils, and you could hear that sound while he was breathing, like saying that he is struggling. And also, he bit him on the penis sheath, so on his genitals. And also he had like on the flank here some skin that looked like was coming off, so it looked like it was in pain at the time. But of course these animals sometimes will recover that well, Yeah, so there is one water hole, this site on the left-hand side of our property, or west. So we want to see if maybe there might be some elephants or something. For now, let's see what Tristan is up to.
Sounds like a phenomenal plan, Marcus. I'm actually also sitting at a watering hole, and I have found some hippos, but it seems like only one female with her head up. The others are still underwater holding their breath. And she looks very relaxed. It's just her eyes and her ears above the water at this stage, so she can see and hear what's happening. So I haven't seen any fresh tracks around here. There were also some oxpeckers that came and landed on her head and moved off, and they seemed very relaxed as well. And oxpeckers are one of the best indicators of predators in the area. They've got a very distinct call. They're also a great indicator of any of the large animals like buffaloes or giraffes. And so I don't think that there is much else around this dam at this point. Maybe it's still a little bit too hot. But the hippos are certainly in a happy place, out of the wind and out of the heat. Sophia, you're 9 years old. Thank you so much for your question. Hippos can hold their breath for 5 to 6 minutes as adults under the water. I can't even imagine holding my breath for that long. But for them, it's very easy to do so. For a younger calf, it probably wouldn't be as long. It would maybe be 40 seconds to maybe 2-3 minutes as they get older, until they can build up that practice of holding their breath for so long. So often what you'll find, Sophia, is if, for example, there is a little calf for one of these hippos, which there doesn't seem to be at the moment, it can only hold its breath for less than a minute. So what it often does is, where she's lying at the moment with her back kind of facing away from us, the baby hippo would actually sit on her back under the water, and then when it needs to come up, it can just push itself up off of mom's back, because it's not tall enough to stand on the floor like she can and just push its nose out of the water. It's a very, very cute thing to see when a baby hippo sits on its mom's back when it's still very young. They often do it as well to warm up. You'll see them out of the water while mom is still in the water, just to try and get some more sun. You can see it is still incredibly windy here at Djuma, and so that's definitely going to affect animal movements. Kitty loves dark mane. I like your name. Hippos will eat mostly grass, but you will find some aquatic plant species that grow on the edges and reeds on the edge that they might nibble on as well. Most of the time, though, they actually come out of the water and just eat normal grass like a zebra would. So it seems like she's had enough of the wind in her ears and she's gone underwater. But it's still an absolutely stunning day to be sitting at a watering hole. In the overall scheme of things, hippos are actually probably one of the most unselective grazers around. So hippos will come out and eat anything resembling grass. I've actually also seen a hippo taste an old carcass, so they don't actually go and eat it, but what you will find is, just to try and get a sense of what's happening, gather information, hippos will often nibble on carcasses of dead animals outside of the water, sometimes even in the water. Once they've had a taste, they move off, so they won't stay there and feed. Jaden, I have seen a leopard and hippo interaction, but only once, and it wasn't anything aggressive. It was actually just a young leopard practicing his stalking skills. I don't think the hippo even knew that he was there, but it's certainly very unusual, because you can imagine a hippo is massive, really, really, really big. A hippo will weigh well, a big male up to 3 tons, 3,000 kilograms, and this tiny little leopard that probably at the time, because he was so young, maybe weighed 30 to 40 kilograms, if that. So it was this massive size difference. But still very interesting to see. A young leopard will stalk anything to practice his skills. For example, I know that Maribs has been seen stalking giraffes for fun, elephants as well. So it's definitely part of growing up as a leopard is testing your own skills. It is quite interesting to me that this is the only hippo in this pod of 4 that sits with her head kind of above the water. The others don't seem to be too worried to do that. They're underwater consistently, come up to breathe and then go straight back down. But for whatever reason, she sits with her eyes and ears out of the water more than the others. Maybe she's just more alert, maybe she might be more nervous than the others, or just naturally a bit more attentive to her surroundings. You might find she might even be slightly younger than the other females in the pod, and so that might be the reasoning behind her slight difference in behavior. Gracie, you're 7 years old. Thank you so much for that question. No, hippos won't eat fish that are in the watering hole. That is actually left mainly up to crocodiles and some of the predatory birds like herons. Also fish eagles and things like that. I've also seen leopards taking barbels and things in the shallower sections. But no, a hippo is a grazer, so the hippos will eat mostly grass and plants. I've never seen a hippo eat a fish. And I quite agree, I'm not a seafood eater. So I definitely relate more to the hippo spectrum. We just had another one kind of pop up its head, but it looks like it's about to go back down. Yep, gone. And so is she. So I'd be very interested to know how deep this dam actually is, where the hippos are standing. Most of the time hippos will actually stand on the bottom and run along the bottom to move and then just push themselves up for air. But the way she's sitting so consistently, maybe it's quite shallow where she is. I actually haven't seen her lift her nose an awful lot, or her muzzle, the section where her big nostrils are. Although there she does it, and there she breathed. I could hear her breathing there. So you would think that a hippo would be quite a good swimmer. In fact, they're not the best swimmers. That's why they run along the bottom and actually just plant themselves on the ground. So she's very likely, because she isn't moving at all in this body of water, she's very likely standing on the bottom just with her nose and her head stretched out. One of my favorite things about a hippo, as she pushes her muzzle out of the water to have a fresh breath of air. Fresh breath. If I can get my words out. Fresh breath of air. You see this little moustache that all hippos have. A lot of little, almost look like whiskers, very, very short, spiky hairs all over the muzzle. And it just looks so different to every other animal. Very, very spiky and sharp. definitely hearing more birds starting to call now. And it might be because it's now starting to cool down substantially. Definitely one of the best spots to do birding is around any waterhole and drainage line. Certainly one of my favorite places to be.
Segment. Perched precariously but patiently, we wait for any animals to come down to the waterhole. And that rock that you're looking at right now has a special meaning to me, because there, on that very rock, I once took shelter with Alexa, one of our backups at the time, and a cameraman whose name was Glenn. Yes, Glenn was with us, and we were surrounded by a herd of elephants on that very rock, that pinnacle, which looks very safe, and it was our sanctuary that day, as they streamed past us, mothers with tiny babies, young elephant bulls. They smelt us and they sort of surrounded us, but eventually moved off and continued to the water. But we are on a different rocky outcrop, and we are quite safe where we are right now, just enjoying the view. The other herds of elephants have come from that side, and we know that there's some buffaloes around here somewhere. The buffaloes are in that direction somewhere, so we're waiting for them patiently to come down. They were here this morning, early this morning, maybe late morning, about breakfast time, let's call it 9 o'clock. I'm sure they'll want to come back for another drink before it gets dark, usually around about the sunset time, so we're still waiting, just enjoying nature. Peyton, you know what? It's a difficult question to answer, Peyton. I think probably any of the ones that we don't see very often on the TV, things like Steenbok, Klipspringer, or rock hyrax, these animals that live these fairly interesting, secretive lives here in the bushveld, I think were the most interesting. And my favorite animal is a leopard. So being able to see them, it took me a long time, Peyton, to see my first leopard. I was with an eco-training as a student guide, and I think it was almost a year into my course before I saw my very first leopard. I just sort of had fleeting glances, and then once those floodgates opened, and I knew so much about their behavior already because they're my favorite, but once that floodgate opened, it was like all of a sudden I couldn't go anywhere without seeing a leopard, and I loved it. It was so great. And spending time in different game reserves, getting to know the different animals in those different game reserves has been such a pleasure. So I think any animal that you get attached to, for example, you work somewhere for a while, Peyton, that's when it gets super interesting. We learn in a broad sense about animal behavior, but each and every single individual animal has its own behavior. You can't say that leopard is the same as another leopard, or that elephant will behave the same as that elephant, It just doesn't happen. Every single animal is completely unique. They have distinct personalities, and I find that fascinating. Pixie Pan female, for example, the leopard that we see frequently here, she had 2 youngsters. She herself is only semi-relaxed. She can be relaxed at a distance, and at night she's fine, but during the day, if you come too close, she'll run away. Her youngsters, though, Pixie Pan's youngsters, are unbelievably relaxed. You can park your vehicle underneath a tree that they're feeding in, and they will gamble and frolic there, and I'm sure if you let them, they would probably jump onto the bonnet to get to the ground. That's how relaxed they are. It's crazy cool. And so getting to know those 2 youngsters has been phenomenal. We haven't seen them for a time. They just come to the dam every now and again. I saw one of them a few days ago as I was leaving the camp, and it was so nice to see. I think it was the young female, and I was like, yes, there she is again. And I got to spend 10 minutes with her as she just walked down the road, completely oblivious to the car. It was fantastic. Anyway, good fond memories. And I have fond memories of another human being, and that's Marcus. So we'll send you over to see him.
welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everyone. So we've just, come to this one water body. So for those who are familiar with our place and area, this is Alfred Dam, where we just came and saw that hyena that you see on the screen there on a dam wall. I came from the other side in a very steady pace and looked like he was just, determined to get somewhere. And of course, he was going to drink, which he is done now. As you can see, it looks like he's actually making his way away from this water body. And of course, having, came to these kind of areas this time of the day, that is one thing we're hoping to find, which is some animals drinking. I would have loved to find some elephant heads that are quite nice to watch while they're drinking at a water source like this. But of course, a hyena will do. It's even more special. I think that might actually be my first time that I've seen a hyena drinking water, which is quite something, Being out here in the bush, you might think that most of these things that we show you are things that we see on every day. And I can assure you that is really not the case. There are some things that we see out in the bush, and the first time we show them to you guys will be the first time that we ourselves are seeing those things, because much as you might have seen hyenas before and plenty of times while at it.
We have located the New Zealand female on the border just east of the Midland. She has got a small dark carcass and a RSA almost done now.
Sorry about that. And yeah, since that hyena decided to walk away, I think let's do the same, go and check the other water body close to this one called Small Dams, for those who are familiar with Ngala. Maybe also we might be lucky, finding animals drinking that side. Like on the dam wall here, you really feel that breeze, which I must say I am quite enjoying. That being said, it's not as toasty, as some days, but still this sunlight can be uncomfortable at times. But it does look like, it might disappear or the sun might go down quite soon. So while we are still heading towards that other water body, let's send you over to another, live safari vehicle, see what they've got for us.
So I have left Buffelshoek Dam. I'm on a nice slow bumble along the eastern side of Djuma, looking for any signs of any predators. It is absolutely amazing to see how just in these last few days, with that little bit of rain that we've had, with the wind keeping everything nice and cool, there is so much fresh new greenery for spring. And I can't wait to actually see a lot more flowers popping up. Got a lot of favorite flowers out here. And so that's definitely my favorite thing to focus on of the smaller things. I think the most stark flowers that I've seen out here at the moment is from the tree wisteria, which is a smallish tree, but beautiful bright purple flowers that hang like a bunch of grapes all over the tree. I found one I'll have to show you. Especially in the golden light of the afternoon as it's starting to fade, it is just so beautiful. Getting cool enough now that there's a tree wisteria, but I don't know if you'll get it in Paul. Is it too far? What do you think? We can try. Starting to get cool enough now that I'm almost needing a jersey. So we're going to try and zoom in on it for you. There you go. A tree wisteria. It looks like bunches of grapes hanging down. Definitely one of the more unusual flowers to find out here. Not a lot of them are that bright purple. So you can see why it's one of my favorites. Purple is my favorite color. All right, I'm going to carry on with my Bumble and send you back over to Tristan and see what he's up to.
Well, while you carry on with your Bumble, we are with a giant-plated lizard. These are Mariep's friends. They like to hang around on First Rock, and he used to chase them when he was much younger with very little success. And after a cold couple days, I'm pretty sure they're quite happy that they are getting some sunshine. Tessa, just chatting, asking about a lioness. Pretty sure it's the purple-eyed Talamati that's managed to kill, it sounds like a waterbuck on Buffelshoek somewhere. So I think she might head in that direction. See if she can pick them up. Anyway, we, like I say, sitting with the lizards, they're enjoying some sunshine. And funny enough, Leopard Lover, you were asking, talking about Mariep's and clownish behavior, you were asking on a scale of 1 to clown, where does Morgan and Mariep's fit? Morgan, shots fired, buddy. Yeah. I know. People are coming at you from every direction. I know. It's hectic. It's hectic being in the back there. So, you know, it's your own fault. 100%. 100%. You're the one that said you couldn't read, and this is where it all stemmed from. But to answer your question, Leopard Lover, so I would say Morgan on the 1 to clown scale is, I mean, he's not full clown, because sometimes he's serious, and sometimes he does what he needs to do. So I'd give him probably a 7. So that's an almost clown, full clown, but it's not quite a kind of serious person. So he'd be a 7 on the clown scale. Mariep's is a full 10. He is clown through and through, and definitely gets up to far more antics than Morgan. Although I will say this, Morgan is at work. So when Morgan is at play, I'm not quite sure how far the clownish behavior goes, but maybe it will rival Mariep's. Morgan, do you behave yourself when you're away from here? 100%. 100%. The way you just said 100% and the way you were smiling leads me to believe that that is not true at all. That's very true. That you get up to all kinds of mischief on forever. I'm going to phone your mother and find out how much mischief you get up to. Don't do that. Then you know immediately when somebody's like, please don't do that. That in all likelihood Morgan is probably full clown on leave. So Morgan and Mariep's. It's actually, it sounds like a band. Morgan and the Mariep's. What kind of band would you like to be in?
I reckon that'd be like a smooth jazz.
Smooth jazz. Morgan and the Mariep's. I don't know, your clownish behavior doesn't suit smooth jazz though. I think we have to come up with something better. I'll think about it.
Brainstorm tonight.
Well, brainstorm tonight, exactly. Morgan, I'll have to do I'll have to do the reading and writing for you. I can be your band manager for the two of you, because I don't think Mareeps reads and writes too well either. Although maybe better than you. Probably. Anyway, we're going to leave our little visit. We're going to go and see what else we can find. Hopefully we find the clown himself somewhere in this area.
It's day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
Either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, 2 to go.
Delivering 6 hours of HD wildlife content live every day is no small feat. It's a massive team effort, and we all rely on one another. Cam Ops have a bit of work to do in the morning, up nice and early, get all the checks out of the way, and make sure we're ready to go live. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun.
Very warm welcome again to Ngala. So I'm sure you are asking yourself now that these guys never really leave that sighting. So we have actually left that sighting. So these are a different pride altogether. As you can see, much as they've got the youngsters as well. Those males aren't really here, and also as you can see there isn't any white wine with these ones. So of course this is the Birmingham breakaway pride. So the cousins to the other pride we just had now. You know, of course with these lion prides, you know, the bigger they get, sometimes some of them will break away, as the case is with these ones here. But that being said, well, the 2 dominant Ross males are still in charge of this particular pride as well. So some years back, it was a lot of lions. From what I heard, around 27 odd lions that they, you know, had to break up. Because when a lion pride is that big, you know, competition becomes intense, especially when they are feeding. And then there will be a lot of them, you know, hitting each other like that. And so some lionesses back then, decided to just live and make their own pride. And of course, these lionesses, more so the older ones, and the older lionesses of the Birmingham Pride, still recognize each other like that. So sometimes when they meet, there isn't a lot of that animosity, unless if a carcass is involved in the picture, So there is that other day where we found them. I think they were on a Wildebeest carcass, and then the other pride made their way, which, look at that little one limping. Yeah, she looks rather bad, hey, that limp. But of course, she doesn't really forget the most important thing, which is to play. Yeah, so like I was saying, in that day where they had the carcass, when the Birmingham tried moving in, we saw this Birmingham breakaway pride, having a go at the Birmingham pride. But of course, that is something that's not unusual with these lions. Like sometimes that happens even to the same pride, where the carcass is getting smaller and smaller. The more dominant ones are the ones that will try to have whatever's left of that carcass to themselves, to the exclusions of these young ones. So that will be one of those reasons. And if you look at having a stretch there, looks like it's got a broken tail. By the look of things, that tail doesn't really look normal. Not sure if you did notice that. And of course, with these guys, looks like they can actually do with a meal. They're not as, bloated as the Birmingham pride we saw earlier. There was the yawn. Yeah, thanks very much for your question, Amelia. So it can be a number of things. Firstly, I would say that sometimes when they are feeding, because there is a hierarchy, of course, with these lions. These cubs have got to wait their turn. And if they don't, sometimes punishment is rather delivered harshly, and that will be a result of these punishments. But other times, when they're just playing, more so when these youngsters are playing with the older lions, they sort of underestimate the power that the old ones have got against or to these small ones. And sometimes we find that they do things a little bit harshly, if that makes sense. That will still, injure them. Other times, if those males are here and also like feeding wise, should these cubs, not wait their turn, those males sometimes would be like that towards them, which would injure them as a result. So other times, like with old lions, they can get injured while they are hunting, and that, not to say that this cub got injured, because at that age, of course, it's not really helping with the hunts. But those are some of those scenarios where a young one might be hurt. You see that one lioness with head up now? Oh, not for long, of course. Something like that was expected. So, I think I'm gonna stick around with these lions, see what they do next. And for now, let's see what Tessa is up to.
Alright, so I have continued my Bumble. I have passed some impalas, some more giraffes that were hiding in the thickets. There was actually quite a nice dazzle of zebras with them, but also unfortunately hiding away, so I couldn't get a nice clear view of them. But I am still on the search for some predators. And I'm actually going to, probably sounds a bit crazy, but check another waterhole. Because you never know. So it is getting to the point now where it is cool enough with the breeze. If there was no wind, it would actually still be very pleasant. But with the breeze, it's actually getting cool enough that I'm almost ready to put on a jersey. So that means I'm getting excited because I know that animals might start moving because of the nice cool weather. Seems like it's quite a lucky day so far though. I've seen a lot of different things already. And it's been a great day for birding, which I am very happy about. Alright, let us see what is at the dam. Let us see what is at the dam. And it looks like some Egyptian geese. They're definitely a good day for birding today. The Egyptian geese are actually making quite a noise. And I wouldn't be surprised if they have got a nest somewhere close by, but you can see the sun has dropped so much that a lot of the sides of the dam and a lot of the surrounding area is actually already in the shade. And this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect because with the breeze, the predators are going to start moving. So for now it seems like the Egyptian geese are actually quite content. They're not alarming at anything. But definitely still worth spending some time here just to make sure, because you never know. A lot of the times the predators hide for the first minute and then pop out when they realize you haven't moved. So I'm actually just listening at the moment, just to make sure that there's no distinct sounds of anything else in the area. Alarm calls from birds, alarm calls from animals, movements that I can see or pick up on. And at the moment it seems like it's just the Egyptian geese that are moving around and making a little bit of noise now and then. So they have probably got a nest close by in one of the surrounding trees. There's also a beautiful drainage line close to this watering hole. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have actually got a nest that they've been working on and will use over and over again. So it seems like most of the noise comes from when there's a little bit of distance between them. The one is talking to the other as it catches up. And this is actually all part of displays that you would find between male and female Egyptian geese. A lot of the time the male has to work quite hard to impress the female, constantly talking, walking with his head kind of tucked into his shoulders. But there is happiness again. They have found each other. I definitely can't hear anything that catches my attention to tell me that there would be a predator around, but it's always worth checking. And you never know. Moving off from here, I might actually bump into something coming down towards the dam. So that would be very exciting to see if there is anything coming this way.
It looks like our lions here are not actually showing us any love at all. The cousins that we saw earlier, there would be a bit of raising their heads every now and then, those cubs moving occasionally. But with these ones, looks like they've just gone flat static like that. But of course, much as there is still a bit of sunlight, looks like the sun is quickly, might be going behind the mountains soon, which means these guys maybe can try and move, try and hunt, because judging by their bellies, they don't really look like they've had anything recently. So meaning they will need to hunt. And of course, with those cubs, much as they are a little bit older, but they look like they're still at that age where they suckle as well, much as they might be or might have been introduced to meat, meaning even more pressure to these lionesses that are suckling these cubs if they haven't really had anything to eat themselves. So I think there is a good chance they will try hunting this evening at least. And being here, they're quite close to both water bodies, that maybe they might, at dusk try move and see if there will be any animals that make their way to drink, in which case they can always set up their traps on one of these water bodies. So that's an interesting question, Emma. So if I got that correctly, you want to know whether or not lions have got bones on their tails. Yes, Emma, they will have bones on their tails. And of course, I think it will be fair to say that will be the most thin bones of the whole whole lion's body will be those those bones on the tails. I'm not sure if Emma did see that one cub that looked like it had a broken tail earlier. So that will be that impact also, that it would have gotten to the bone as well, because it looked like it was broken and it's now shaped in a 90-degree angle, if you did pick that up. So yeah, they do have those bones, Emma. But yeah, like I mentioned, these ones can actually do with a meal. And of course, leave those bones to the hyenas, or even those vultures that we saw earlier. Because when these lions are still feeding like that, much as there might be hyenas as well as lions in that area, those other species will try wait for their turn. They will try and at least let the lions leave, all of them, before they walk in to find those scraps or whatever. And those vultures, at least the ones that we saw earlier, also they were very lucky like that, because they got to that area before their hyenas. Because much as the hyenas themselves would be scavenging, they're not very welcoming of vultures. But the interaction thereof, it's quite funny. I love it myself. But yeah, by the look of things, these guys here, they're not really think of a hunting, at least for the next while. So I didn't think there was a male here, but there is actually one that looks like a sub-adult male. You can see a bit of mane, which is actually not as big. So to the left there, it's lying flat. But that one. That's the sub-adult male. You know, I'm sure one that those two roast males are not really well coming off, should they decide to come and join this part of the family. Because it looks as, you know, old as those ones, the three sub-adults that we have on the other Birmingham Pride, which includes the white male. So it looks like it's just about that age. And of course, it's one of those few that these males, you know, don't really want on their pride like this. But you know, there are some factors that warrants them getting kicked out. Yeah, Haley, that's actually a very good question. These females are quite strong. They are quite strong. They do most of the hunting. Of course, they will try to protect their cubs against most of these other predators should they come and try, you know, to take those cubs out. However, sometimes that being mentioned, I'm not sure if Haley was, you know, has joined this Sunset Safari when it started. So with the Birmingham males or the Birmingham Pride, you know, I did mention that some of those cubs, you know, were killed by other intruding males called the Dembiri males. And that being said, it doesn't really mean that these females didn't really, you know, attempt to protect those youngsters. But sometimes they can, you know, just do so much, which much as they might try, they won't succeed in, you know, protecting their youngsters. And that will be the same, Haley, with other males should they take over this pride. Because I'm not sure if you've heard of something called infanticide, which in a lion world, should the lions take over a pride, or the males for that matter, dethrone the males that are in charge of this pride now and take over. So all these youngsters that you see here will get killed by the males that will have, you know, recently taken over a pride. And that, you know, serves a purpose that these females, you know, will go back on hit quickly. And so in a lion world, those males, you know, really don't have time to play stepfather or stepdaddy, because, you know, their window can be that short. Their territory is always up for the taking. At any given day, they can get dethroned by other lions that are on their prime. And if they've got numbers. So sometimes, much as these females can try protect these youngsters, the males as well that are in charge of these prides also do try and protect these youngsters. But, you know, sometimes they will lose them to some other lions.
I have a degree in environmental planning and development. My passion is outdoor classrooms. We are not only grooming the environmentalists of tomorrow, but tomorrow's leaders as well. My long-term goal is for the people of South Africa to learn how to live sustainably and to be able to look after themselves and the environment. So I hope that through environmental education, we are able to get that message to the future generation of South Africa so that they start now and can continue that good practice in the future. Environmental education is critical so that people can live sustainably in the future. That is my long-term goal.
I think sometimes you need just to listen. So it's a kind of taking out all that other spirit and bring back wilderness and healthy. Bushwalk and trek and sign. I'm sure I'm good at that. I spend most of my time on the ground since I was a young boy, so I think I'm good with that. Actually, I'm not much nervous of any category. Just take it as it is. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure on what the judges are looking at. So chances are 50-50 on my side. I'm not... Obviously, when you go for a competition, you say you win.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Alright, so I'm actually up on quarantine. I'm heading north and found some wildebeest that are settling down for the night. Small part of a much bigger herd that's spread out, seems like all across quarantine. But there's just little streams of golden light coming through, and that's wonderful to see on these wildebeest for their color. This is a very typical wildebeest thing to do, to walk off in a line, following one behind the other. And they're actually about to, looks like, cross the road. Lucky me. Have a look at the color difference in the mane as it hits that golden light crossing the road. A beautiful red tinge and golden tinge silhouette. There it is. So she looks like she's actually walking quite slowly, a little bit stiffly in her hind quarters. She is heavily pregnant. But it just looks like she might have maybe laid down in an awkward position or something like that. Some impalas in the distance. And it's always so lovely to come up to quarantine in the evenings and see all the different herbivores coming to settle down. They actually all look like they're moving in the same direction, and that's to get a little bit of shelter from the wind right on the edge of the clearing. The only thing that's missing from the scene, actually two things that are missing. The one would be a zebra to complete the plains game that we would normally see together, and the other would be a giraffe. I love how that dust is kicking up as it's walking along the road. there's actually still a few more that are kind of crossing. Ethan, which species is the most social? That's actually very, very difficult to answer. I would say there are animals that rely on being social, so things like impalas that usually stay in a herd. But then there's also things like lions that are incredibly social and so strong with their social bonds within the pride. Wild dogs as well are incredibly pack strong. There's a massive pack mentality. And then there's also things that are a lot more sensitive in their social side, like elephants. Elephants will go and pick up old bones of elephants that they have known that have died. They'll go to that same spot every single year and go and pay their respects in a way. So it's actually very tough to say. I think it depends on your definition of social. In my mind, the most social animals would be things like the predators, especially the pack animals, maybe lions and wild dogs, because they live together, they play together, they always greet each other. But if I'm looking at a much bigger scale of things and maybe more an emotional level, then probably elephants. Impalas and wildebeest and other herbivores don't necessarily need the social aspect. It just helps with survival, where, there's a lot more affection and things like that in a lot of the predator species, also in things like even mongooses. She is also heavily pregnant. You could see that belly swaying while she was walking. It seems like the animals are actually very perfectly moving through the golden light. Alright, so I'm going to carry on past quarantine, but why don't I send you over to Mike, who's got something cool on Bushwalk.
It is cool. We, as I've said earlier, we can't head far from the camp because, it's super windy and not particularly safe. And we found what is the remains of a fairly fresh carcass. I mean, right at the edge of the camp. We are probably about 50 meters from the closest tent. And there's a jawbone. It's still got ants climbing on it. It's still got some soft tissue attached to it. It hasn't been bleached by the sun. And if you look, you can actually see blood. Here is a patch of blood. There is a patch of blood. All around here, it's all blood that's dried now. Now, it was something small that was eaten here. It could have been carried here by a hyena, I suppose, potentially. But, because I said to BK, no, you would have heard it if something killed something in the camp. And then he reminded me that the wind was blowing from camp to where we're standing, so blowing the sound away from camp. And it was howling last night, a gale force wind. So it's quite possible if a small nyala or something was caught and killed right here, they might not have heard it. It's unlikely, but it's possible. And this definitely looks like it's had a day or two to bleach, and it's been windy for a few days now. But that's quite interesting that we'd have such a thing right next to the camp. And that just goes to show that it's always important to keep a wary eye out. We always tell our students, at night, walk with a torch, walk with a partner if you can. If you've got to get up to go to the bathroom, let someone know so that they're not going to be, disappearing and then, no one knows where you're going. So it's really important to keep those basic principles in your mind when you're doing anything out in the bush. Just because you're in a camp, it doesn't mean that this kind of stuff is not happening all around us. And you can see these teeth are sharp still. If I just turn this over, I don't want to touch it with my hands because fresh carcasses like this can have lots of bacteria on them. But you can see those teeth are quite sharp, which means it was probably a young animal. The teeth haven't been blunted yet. If I turn it over, you can see still a lot of tissue on there. I wonder where this happened, what animal this was. I can't really tell. The teeth almost look, from this angle to be like an omnivore's teeth. I wonder if it could have been the teeth of like a baboon. I can't tell. I mean, much cleverer people than me would be able to say from the dentition exactly what animal this was and exactly, you know, how old it was and how long it had been dead, etc., etc. But unfortunately, I can just say this doesn't look very old. A day or two at the most. But the ants still very interested in it. That is absolutely grand. And the sun is almost getting to that point of the day where it starts to set. I think we've probably got about 10 or 15 more minutes left of the sun above the horizon before it just dips just below. So try and see if we can find one more something interesting to show you before we on Bushwalk call it a day. And what a day it's been, filled with lions and elephants, filled with leopards this morning, I believe, and all sorts in between. It's just been phenomenal. It's going to be windy tonight. Let's hope there's some more action during the night that brings us beautiful things in the morning. But Marcus is still with his lions. Let's see what they're getting up to.
Well, good luck to Mike. And yeah, looks like that lioness that you can see on the screen there was sniffing the air. Of course, she's sniffing from where the wind is coming from, you know. Like, there is a chance she might have caught, you know, a whiff of something that side. Which, of course, judging by her behavior, it's something worth not following up on. But yeah, like I mentioned, that when, you know, the sun goes down, there might be a bit of movement with hunting and up. So just let, you know, to rise ahead like that. It will be even more beautiful and special, you know, if most of these Pride members here will start showing a bit of activity, meaning, you know, they might have decided to get active sooner. But for now, it looks like they're still quite hard at it as far as sleeping and resting is concerned. And most of these animals here are those youngsters, so it's just quite a few lionesses that are the ones that will initiate their hunt. But yeah, like I have mentioned, at this moment in time, I think maybe they're just waiting for the proper darkness before they can start moving. You know, you can never really know, because sometimes these animals can be unpredictable like this, you know. Much as we might say we know what is likely to happen next, but you can never really be sure of when exactly that might be happening. So I guess we also have to be as patient as these guys are when hunting. Because when they do hunt, like when they set their traps, they look for these other prey species they want to go for. These lions can be the most patient species you've ever seen. Because with that lioness I mentioned this morning that she tried hunting some zebras. You know, we spent a good maybe 30 minutes with her while she was still scanning around. But of course with her, she had to do something like that, because as you might know, she is old now. She's not, you know, as fast as, and also it was just her and her only in that area, meaning there was no other members of the Pride. So she knew like she had one chance at it. Yeah, so I think we're just gonna give it a few more minutes with these guys here. Hopefully they will move for us.
Very exciting to hear there are some lions that might start moving a little bit later. I am actually looking for my own lions that will hopefully move a little bit later too. But I do have to find them first. the sun is setting quite quickly now, which is great. It means that I might find some lions just because they're on the move and I might bump into them. Since there have been no fresh tracks today, the best chance that I've got is pretty much bumping into one at this point. So I'm actually heading over into Buffelshoek to see if I have any luck there. Hopefully I do, so that's just north of Djuma. And we will see what happens. So I'm taking note of all the termite mounds in particular, because in this area there aren't as many termite mounds. So the ones that there are will most certainly be used by predators at some point. I really do hope I manage to find some before it gets too dark. But at least we can still watch them after dark, no matter what happens. I'm definitely on a predator mission at the moment. Wish me luck. I am actually on a Bumble going through Buffelshoek at the moment. I am looking for any signs of predators, and I'm really hoping that I get to find one soon before it gets too dark. There haven't been any fresh tracks, so I'm just hoping that I manage to bump into one. There's a lot of impala tracks, a lot of kudu tracks, and actually, wow, that is a beautiful sunset. I actually want you to have a look at this gorgeous golden light that's happening at the moment. So this is the kind of light that is just perfect for predators to be moving in. And then absolutely stunning. What an evening. So this definitely makes you kind of appreciate the hotter days where it's a bit windy, because the dust that's been thrown up into the air is contributing to that stunning orange color. The more orange and red sunsets are usually because of dust in the air. Alright, so from one sunset to another, I'm going to send you over to Mike to show you his sunset.
Asked for a link. It's looking golden and gorgeous. Actually more like copper. Copper sun setting over the African sky, or under the African sky, after just a wonderful day. I feel like every day is just great. Especially love being on foot every day. It's really spectacular. Don't you think, BK? Yep. BK loves it too. We've seen elephants on foot. We've had close encounters. We've had further ones. It's been wonderful. We've really been enjoying every moment, and we hope you've enjoyed it too. We've loved your questions, your inputs, your comments. It really makes it so much more interactive, and that's the whole reason we do this. We love to bring the bush to you in all its different glorious forms. keep doing it. From us here at Pridelands, of course, as you know, once the sun hits that horizon, we have to start making our way back towards the vehicle. It's just not safe for us to be out when it's getting darker. However, the drive continues for a lot longer. Nothing beats a Pridelands. You're so right. Nothing beats a Pridelands sunset. You're so right. And of course, BK always gets the right framing. He knows what he's doing. He makes us look good. In any case, the drive continues for another hour after we at Pridelands have to say goodbye to you. So don't forget to keep watching. There's plenty more action to be had. Marcus has got his lions. Tessa's out and about. Oh, and speaking of Marcus and his lions, I think he's still with those beautiful animals, and he's hoping that any moment now they're about to get up and get moving. So from us here at Pridelands, it's good night. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, as you can see, our sleeping lions are still hard at it. Yeah. But there has been actually a few yawns that I have seen that, sometimes can signify a movement. But of course, we've got the best view in the house, because much as we are spending a bit of time with these lions, we are also watching this beautiful sunset on the other end, which I think it's worth sharing with our viewers. As you can see, even though the minute that sun, starts going down behind mountains, from there it looks like it's a race going down. That shoop, it will be done in a few minutes. But still, sorry about that, it's worth showing, because of course of all that beauty, it silhouettes these trees, which is quite something to see. So believe you me, much as we are waiting for these lions to move, we are not really getting bored. There are a lot of these beautiful things that we are able to see out here. And, I'd rather be nowhere else just about this time, because I must say I love these beautiful sunsets, the sunrises, as much as I love lions. I guess it works if you look for all these, small things that at the end of the day will make one beautiful experience out in the bush.
It's absolutely amazing. We've got the very rare chance at the moment where it's clear enough that we can see the Drakensberg Mountains with the sun setting behind it here at Djuma. And it is absolutely beautiful. The sun is disappearing so quickly, but it's very possibly the clearest we have seen this mountain range in days. because it's been so overcast and windy. And so very similarly to Marcus, I'm just appreciating the sight while it is here. This is actually a very, very long mountain range. This is the northernmost part of the Drakensberg mountain range. It extends all the way down through Lesotho and towards the Eastern Cape. Just a little tip of the sun left. Absolutely stunning to watch those colors changing. And that is my last glimpse of the sun for spring equinox day. Alright, so while I watch that last little bit of red start fading to purple and then the night time, why don't we have a look at the amazing prize you can win as an explorer at Pridelands.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, then we are excited to announce that there is another unique prize for you to win. Sign up to be an explorer before the 16th of October 2021, and you and a friend could be heading off to an eco-training ranger experience. This 2-night opportunity offers a living and learning adventure where you will combine seeing incredible nature with gaining knowledge on how animals live in the wild. You will approach dangerous game on foot, learn how to track, do some 4x4 driving, and have an exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team behind the scenes on the live show. After each action-packed day, you will relax around the campfire and listen to the nighttime choir of animal sounds before you drift off to sleep. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Oh well, I think slowly but surely we are getting there. As you can see, a few heads up, which is quite promising. Be happy if a whole lot of these lionesses, can be awake like that. In which case, they might even start with their hand. Of course, it's not as hot now, even if they move before the proper darkness, they won't really be losing as much energy. So it's more the cover that they might be breaking, if they want to just use darkness. But like I mentioned earlier on, that there is a bit of wind, so they can, always use wind also as cover, in which case it will only leave these prey species with the eyesight. And of course, these lions are the masters when it comes to camouflaging themselves, using even these dry grasses, that they'll be able to get close to these animals that they will be looking to hunt. Or they say you on the other side. Looks like they're not being as cooperative as I thought they would be. Because time and again there will be that one yawning and the other one heads up, you know. But that being said, they just go back to sleeping. But like it's a few of them that I've seen with raising their heads up like that. So I'm just hoping that maybe a whole lot of them will do that. There's a bit of grooming there. That's actually a nice question, Arison. So it always depends on how bad that injury is. You know, sometimes or more often than not, I've seen with these lions, they will recover with most of their injuries. But there will be those ones that will be pretty intense, you know, that, you know, they will be crippled for life. So some other times they don't recover. So that will, you know, always depend on the nature of that injury. You know, but I'm just hoping that that cub does recover at the end of the day. Because of course at that age it still has its life ahead, you know. So it is quite cool. Look at those yawns, you know, exposing those big canines. And of course that also, as you can see, it's still a youngster. It might be a little bit, maybe over a year. But yeah, as you can see, it's still that young, which I doubt it will participate in most of these hunts. Just grooming itself. It looks like it's bath time there. And up. Yeah, well, so I'm still gonna stick around with these lions. Hopefully they move soon.
If you are a Wild Earth explorer, then we are excited to announce that there is another unique prize for you to win. Sign up to be an explorer before the 16th of October 2021, and you and a friend could be heading off to an eco-training ranger experience. This 2-night opportunity offers a living and learning adventure where you will combine seeing incredible nature with gaining knowledge on how animals live in the wild. You will approach dangerous game on foot, learn how to track, do some 4x4 driving, and have an exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team behind the scenes on the live show. After each action-packed day, you will relax around the campfire and listen to the nighttime choir of animal sounds before you drift off to sleep. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
And I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. You know, either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, you know, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So I have continued on with my Bumble after the beautiful sunset. And I was actually just kind of thinking about this afternoon and today in particular. You know, the last few days has been quite unusual weather. It's almost, I would say, given us a bit of whiplash between hot and cold and overcast and raining back to icy winds and sunny. So it's been quite unusual in terms of the movements of animals, especially the plains game, things like, you know, the wildebeest, impalas, giraffes. And it's actually been a really lovely day for those today. There've been a lot of giraffes out, a lot of zebras out, a lot of impalas. And as much as they've still been a little bit nervous from the wind, they've actually kind of been out and you can actually see them. And it's just been so wonderful to see some of the smaller things coming back, like that light earlier, just sitting out in the open. It's actually been a really wonderful, relaxed day for me. So I am still looking for predator tracks. It is getting a little bit dark now. But I definitely am not giving up. You never know when you're going to find something and what it is that you're going to find. And especially now, I feel like now that the sun has set, now the predators are really waking up. Right, so I'm going to carry on and see what else I can find for you, but I'm going to send you to Tristan, who's also on a Bumble.
Well, there's definitely predators around Chitwa. We're just stopping to frame up the sunset and we heard a leopard soar, and then we were raised to kind of really where that kind of sounded from, and then when we turned off we just heard hyenas cackling and going crazy, and then we found two hyenas. They've run into Chitwa camp looking very alert and all over the place, but the sound wasn't coming from there. The sound was coming more towards the Little Gari side. So I'm just doing some loops now to try and see if I can find where this leopard is. But it's definitely, I mean, it could be Mulawati, in which case it's, you know, could be difficult. But there's definitely a leopard soaring and hyenas that are very excitable. So I don't know if there's a kill somewhere and they had a little altercation. The leopard's got it up a tree. I don't know. It could be anywhere in this section where we are now and then to our south. That's kind of where it's sort of sounded like. This drainage line is very difficult, so it's not easy to see, and it's that time of the day now where the light is completely gone. So spotting a leopard, if it's in a horrible tree, is going to be difficult.
Right, there we go again. 2 heads up now. Hopefully this time, you know, something will happen. It's actually quite a few heads up if you look to the other side. Look at that stretch from that curve, how cute that is. Oh, Hippo. Is there a cute one looking like it's sharpening its teeth there? Yeah, time and again, like a few members of this pride will, lift their heads up like that. And they just go back to sleep again. But I think, like at this time, anytime they can start moving, which is actually what I am hoping for. Because should they start their moves now, it will be quite interesting to follow them. Chances are they might even start with one of the water bodies close by here. Just give it a good scan, see if none of these prey species have made their way to drink yet, and then take it from there. And of course, more often than not, when the day is this windy, these lions will try hunt downwind, in which case they will just get some sense from animals that they will try follow, and as soon as they see these animals, that's when they'll try use these covers, whether be it termite mounds, whether be it some trees, or these dry grasses, when they can try and get within that range that they will now run at their quarry that they will have selected. But of course, other times they just wait for darkness to fall before they do their night duties of hunting, of course. That youngster looks actually pretty determined in that one same direction. Sorry, Will, I didn't get your question. Yeah, William, you want to know if I heard you correctly whether there was a cub killed last week in this property. Yeah, I think Willie just about, I can't really remember exactly whether it was last week or the week before. One cub of the Birmingham Pride was killed by the two intruding males called the Mbiri males, which we've seen actually quite a number of times in our property here. And yeah, for those who remember those males, they are massive, if you remember them. Like those Toros brothers looks like small fry when you compare them to the two Mbiri males. But yeah, we've unfortunately lost one cub to them, which when they got in the area here, they had a go at the Ross males and also some of the females of that pride. And as they were trying to make their way out of that situation, that's when one cub fell victim to those two. So with the resident Birmingham Pride that we get here, it's 5 cubs that are left now. So for those who recall quite well from back then, it was initially 7 cubs with that pride, and then one was lost in the process. I'm not sure whether it was to these males or something else, actually. I can't really remember. And then recently, the past week or 2 ago, that's when one was lost again to the Mbiri males. Look at this lioness in front of us here. As you can see, like she's full on that stalking mode. So there is a good chance she might be seeing something which we can't see, which will be, directly behind our vehicle. She looks like she got a bit of a beating. If you can look on her mouth, that left part looks a little bit swollen. But of course, she knows she still has to provide for the pride as well as the youngsters, which means that whatever it is that she's seen that side, maybe she thought it's not even worth it. But when you look at all the pride members, looks like they are slowly getting into that hunting mode while, looking towards that direction. And of course, that direction is where one of the water bodies is. So I'm not sure if there is something that they see this side. Okay. So Gert just whispered in my ear, they're seeing a hyena that side. And of course, they do have got youngsters, so hyena is some of these animals that they will be wary of. I don't think they will give it much effort to have a go at a hyena. However, they need to be alert should the hyena decide to come this side and maybe come for the cubs. Oh, hello. There's our good friend there. Looks like it decided not. Yeah, well, and they are related like that. So remember, I did mention that these ones are actually cousins of those ones that one of them, died. So this pride that we have here, a couple of years back, broke away from that Birmingham pride where one cub died. Meaning that the older lionesses of these both prides, know each other like that. Not necessarily these youngsters, I don't think they will know each other, but in a way that cub that died and the whole Birmingham pride is related to these ones. So it's more the descendants of other ones that were once one pride. So you can see that female grooming the other cub that side. And of course, the threat is neutralized. As you can see, they all, decided to relax again. So if you look at that one, just at the back, you see how pale that one looks compared to these other ones. I think it will be fair to say that it's got at least, even if it's just a little bit of that recessive gene. Look at thereon. Yeah, it looks like things are promising now. I'm still gonna stick around with these lions, see what happens next.
I certainly hope that things pick up there, Marcus. How incredible it would be to see those lines moving. I'm actually sitting in a nice open clearing called Impala Plains. I'm just watching this kudu. She looked very alert when I pulled up. And you can see she's still walking very carefully with her ears swiveling in different directions. She's tentatively feeding every now and then, but she keeps looking off to the left like that. And there are some very nice leopard trees around the area. So I'm wondering if she's just being naturally overly cautious because it's windy, or if she's actually heard something or smelled something. This is actually the second lone kudu cow that I've seen today. And it is quite strange to see her walking along on her own. So she's looking for some of that fresh greenery that's growing now with the spring. But she's definitely still more concerned about something on the left than she is about feeding. I would love to know what's going through her mind. And she is being very smart by staying in an open area and just moving from place to place slowly to avoid anything stalking up on her. So this Kudu cow in this clearing is actually moving herself now behind the thickets, and she's using them very well, staying in an open area, but just moving slowly from one little thicket to the next. And as she moves, she stops to feed, but she looks very nervous. It's as though she's heard or smelled something that she's not so comfortable with, and you can imagine she's on her own, which means she's even more nervous because she has no idea what else might be around her, and without the help of other kudus, she has to rely purely on her own senses. So we are in infrared. The light has dropped substantially. And you can see she's still trying to feed on just some of the fresher shoots on the trees. So I'm not sure what she's heard or smelled off to the left, but she keeps looking in that particular direction in between feeding. And it is the direction the wind is coming from, so very likely with the strong wind from today, there might be a smell from quite a ways away that she's picking up on. But obviously from smell, you can't really tell distance too well. You just know that it is somewhere upwind of you. If you're getting it a lot, it's probably closer. But it's still enough to be concerned even if you get a hint of a smell of a predator. So this is quite close to the area where Tswalu, the hyena, has been hanging out. So maybe they can smell Tswalu. But there's actually, I can see there's now a second kudu that's just coming into the clearing. And so it turns out she was not alone. But as is, 2 kudus on their own is still quite a low number. This is a young bull. You can just see his horns popping out. Kerry, female kudus, when they have little calves, will initially separate just to give birth. They'll give birth in a nice private area that's safe for the little one, so preferably somewhere with a little bit of cover. And then as soon as the little one can walk again, or kind of get up and start moving at a decent pace, which should be within a few hours, she'll actually start moving back towards the safety of the herd. And then they should stay with the herd for the rest of the time. But young kudus in particular are very well camouflaged, and the first kind of almost 2 to 3 months of their lives are spent while mom is with the herd. She's hidden the baby somewhere in the long grass or in the cover, just to make sure that it doesn't tire too much and become an easy target following around the herd. That being said, they won't move incredibly far distances from where their little ones are hidden. They'll still stay within a decent range. But it's absolutely incredible that the young herbivores have this instinct that once mom has told you to stay somewhere, you stay and you don't move. And that's always blown my mind, because as a youngster you would think there's a lot of sights and smells and sounds that are completely new to you, and somehow you ignore all of the, what to me would be basic urges. I'm very easily distracted by shiny objects, as one would say. They manage to just stick it out and stay still and stay lying down and covered up, and that's often how they avoid predators. Alright, so I'm going to let these kudus move off. I'm going to keep going. It doesn't look like there is anything in this area to be concerned about. So I'm going to carry on with my Bumble and send you back over to Marcus with his lions.
Yeah, so it looks like lions actually have started being active. We even had a bit of a walk from that male, which was quite appreciated. So what is missing in this scene here, it's something like that Kudu, to complete it. See how well these guys can do their hunting. And of course, most of them, they came awake at that time that the hyena almost got that close to them. There was even a bit of a movement. So there is one lioness that actually started walking towards us, and she decided to go lie right behind our vehicle here. And of course, she knows she is the powerful animal than us. We'll just let her be, try not to disturb her. But yeah, what I see happening now is a bit of a grooming towards each other, and some grooming themselves, as you can see there. So I'm just hoping that they will move, because of course with some of these sounds that they hear, they try to investigate a little bit. But I think the more I think they are close to moving, the more they prove me wrong. But it's okay, because I know they've got plans of their own. But of course we did see their tummies earlier, so they do need to feed actually. So I have no doubt that they will move by tonight, even if it's not necessarily while we are still here. But I think they are bound to move tonight, because they do need to feed regularly. So of course with these lions, I think it will be fair to say that almost, if not all, the lions that are in the wild like this are, infected with the bovine tuberculosis, or down it goes, that they get from feeding off animals like maybe those Wildebeest as well as buffaloes. But how these lions keep in shape and look very healthy, it's if they are feeding regularly, those diseases sort of stay at bay. But if they don't feed that much or as regularly, that's when those diseases can kick in. So diseases like that, tuberculosis, mange, and also aging, because for animals like these lions, if they don't feed as regularly, that's when they tend to age quickly. But for as long as they're still, getting a constant supplies of meals, then they don't age as quick, and you'll see them in good health. So mange and tuberculosis stand a bit of a distance away from them, and hence, I wish they do get something substantial. And also that these females, in order for them to be lactating properly for these youngsters, they need a constant food supplies. which unfortunately for them, they have to do their own hunting, unlike those cubs that are just waiting, for mommy to provide. Thereon just behind that tree. So, Andrew, you want to know at what age do these cubs start eating meat? So, I will say, Andrew, anything from when they're like 8 weeks or so, which will be 2 months. So that will be, the time when mostly they will be out of their den site, or even if they're still on the den, that's when they will be introduced to meat, and mostly like those lionesses that will be having these young stars. At that time, that's when they try. That's when they try isolate themselves, from the rest of the pride, because for that reason that they need to be hunting more regularly, while, suckling these cubs, yet they themselves need to be feeding. So if it's just a lioness and her cubs, whether be it 2 or 3 or whatever the case might be, if they get something like an impala, it will be enough for that lioness and her youngsters. So that is one of these reasons why they'll try isolate themselves, because like I mentioned earlier, with these lions, it's more competition when it comes to feeding. So I'm gonna spend a bit more time with these guys, see what they get up to.
As WildEarth has shown, a guide is critical to your enjoyment when on safari. Safari Guide of the Year is an annual event which creates awareness for these men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. WildEarth fully supports this initiative that gives more credit to a profession that drives our economy and flies South African flags higher than most. In the lead up to our live award ceremony, where the Safari Guide of the Year 2021 will be crowned, we are inviting all our viewers to join us for a special fireside chat. Open to everyone, this unique event invites some of the top guides in the country to Djuma on the 26th of September, straight after the Sunset Safari.
We're here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. Competitors are now doing the Hales halt, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim, and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh, no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Looks like that one finally decided to feed on its own tail, as you can see. Probably because of the lack of food. No, of course, that is not true. I'm sure it was just a bit of an itchiness there. But yeah, like, I've been mentioning, like, any time from now, these lions can start, initiating those hands. They can start to move, which I take it's not that time yet. But, a few of them are now showing a bit of activity, whether be it, just walking just a short distance and lying down again, which of course it is something that they will build up to, and eventually they will have to make those movements. Because sometimes when they get to areas more so water holes than anywhere else really, they do set traps like these and hoping for animals to walk into their trap, of which if they do something like that where they are now, I think those traps are most likely going to end up with nothing, because there isn't anything really that can lure these prey species to where they are. It's not even an open area where most of them will decide to spend the night. So the one option that can be fruitful or constructive, I think, will be if these lions actually leave this area, try somewhere else, start those hunts, walk close to these water bodies, try to go in open areas to see if maybe they might be able to fight some zebras or even wildebeest or impalas for that matter. So we know these lions are opportunistic, meaning, even if it's something as small as a scrub hair, so if I got you well, Christopher, you want to know why there's one female and cubs. More than one female and cubs. All right, so yeah, Christopher. So, Christopher, like with the lion prides, I'm sure you know that mostly these lions are always the case actually. The females will be related like that. And those dominant males, time and again, they will make their way into these areas here to see whether or not some of these females are receptive or are on hit. And sometimes they will get that at any given time, more than one of these lionesses are on hit, in which case these males will try and mate with all of these females at that time that are on hit. And if it's more than one at a time, they will mate with all of them. And of course, after that so-called gestation period that these lions, will have, after that it will be these cubs. So, yeah, I think that's most likely to be the case. I think it might be the similar case with leopards. However, that being said, leopards, unlike lions, are solitary by nature. And so if they are like that, of course, even if they get pregnant pretty much just about the same time, chances are we won't be able to know that. But that's a pretty similar thing that happened to these lions. If more than one are on hit at a time, they will all be mated at that time. And chances are they'll all get pregnant just about the same time. And even the delivery of these babies are gonna be the same time. And of course with these ones, I'm sure they're not really thinking of mating at this moment, since those males are not here, and also they also have got these youngsters that they need to, bring up. So they might look at mating maybe a couple of months or even a year or so down the line. But now that will be something that they're not really thinking about. And yeah, for now, I think I will want to take this opportunity, to thank our viewers at home for all these wonderful comments, for all these beautiful questions. And also would like to invite you to join us for Sunrise Safari tomorrow from 6 o'clock until 9. Until then, cheerio.